Light is green. Cue intro.
No, 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 no! Ah!
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the nation's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer. With your host, Mr. Gameplay Goodness himself, Stevie Stroud.
It's time to kill my playlist. That song. Might double back and play me some Temple of Wrong. Dungeons and Dagger and $50 baseball. None can hold a candle to the greatest of them all. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Sure, I love my Sailor Man. Firefall. Might go on a rampage for some super pitfall. Shanghai me into a game of rover demon attack. But sooner or later, you know I've got to go back to Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. It's got a road.
It's got a road.
It's got a car.
It's got a car.
Dodge the furniture and you'll be a pop star. Well, okay, I guess I might as well admit, to tell the truth, this game really ain't worth it. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. I used to bow down to the Donkey King. Grabber and Cashman used to be my thing. Megabug, Buzzard Bait, Sea Dragon too. But none of them can satisfy as much as you do. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Yeah.
Oh man, the best acting I ever had. Oh, that's awesome. All right, little musical interlude for you as we kick off the show. Good afternoon, or whatever the hell time it is, to everybody out there. Welcome to another episode of CoCoTALK. Let's get into saying hi to the panel and get straight into our special guest today. We spared no expense procuring the talent for this week's show. We had our people talk to their people. We did lunch. We made it happen. It was a beautiful thing. We have with us on the panel our backup streamer and engineer, Mr. Mark Bosley is with us.
Hello.
Hello, Mark. We got Johnny on the spot with the live chat, sending out the links and responding to people. Mark Overholzer is here. Hey, Marco.
Glad to be here.
Rick Ewan's here. Hey, Rick Ewan.
Howdy, folks.
Our foreign news correspondent and a guy who likes OS 9 for some strange reason. Hello, Curtis Boyle's here.
Good day.
How's it going, eh? He also
Hey,
likes
that's
the
my
Nitrous 9, and he's into the Game On of the Week thingy. Mr. Ken Waters, Canadian Retro thing. How's it going, eh?
It's going good. Canadians have the center squares.
Woohoo! Ron Delvo is here. Oh, hello, Ron. You're muted, Ron.
Who's on the beach?
But I know you meant well. All right, Ron's still there. There you go. And he's just going to nod, keep nodding. I thought I heard something rattling. Ron, hello. How are you?
I got music in the background going on, and I didn't think,
All right. The guy
Welcome,
who
everybody.
makes welcome. The guy who makes things with toggle switches. Jason, the Coco Man Reichert is here. Hello, hello.
Howdy, howdy. I'm ready here for 251, and I've got my Diet Dr. Pepper, and I'm ready to go.
Ooh, all right. The
Yeah.
Thunder from Down Under, Nicholas Marentes. Good eye, Nick.
Oh, crikey. Another show.
Crikey. That's one way of putting it.
But you keep showing up.
I can think of another word that starts with C. But yes, we are here, and we have special guests. And we spare no expense in bringing you the finest entertainment from around the world here to you on CoCoTALK. Please welcome to the program Taylor and Amy of the Taylor and Amy Show from YouTube. Thank you.
Hey.
Boy.
And you can see they've seen our show before because they're already drinking heavily.
That's right.
It does make the time go by faster.
Pre-party.
Excellent. So, Curtis, do you want to start this off since you're the ones who you scoured the web and found our guests?
Yeah, so I found you when you did a video doing an upgrade on a CoCo 2 and got in contact with you and then invited you to be on the show. And now you've just, as of I think yesterday, released a second video doing a CoCo 2. And have you got some more coming up and planned too as well? Plus you cover a bunch of other systems and science and a bit of medicine and some singing and all kinds of stuff. So I guess my first question for you, and normally I start with, what's your first computer stuff, but the first question I want to ask you is, what is the theme of your channel? Because it's kind of all over the place, not quite sure how to describe it.
Mm-hmm. That's the theme. So
the theme is that there's no theme.
Stuff we do stuff we like to do, stuff we did anyway. And now we film it. We had even messed around with doing a cloud chamber before, for example, just for fun.
It did not work.
That one didn't work. This one did.
But this one did.
So it's really stuff we like to do, stuff we've done with each other since we were very young,
for years, and we just decided to YouTube it.
Yeah.
So there wasn't any specific thing that triggered the wanting to record and put on YouTube versus just doing it for fun, or was it just people bugged you about it that knew you or something, or what happened?
There's a long story. The short version is, I think doing the YouTube has been part of our COVID pandemic
sanity
survival strategy. I think, Curtis, you actually talked about how doing CoCoTALK has been something that's kind of kept you optimistic through. Right. It's same for us with the channel. I think we just it has been a source of great joy. The two of us, like Amy said, we've been best friends since 1984, and we hang out and do stuff anyway. And the idea of doing it on a channel just kind of gave us some focus and kind of an excuse to do more stuff that we wanted to do.
We have to go do this. We need to make the content.
Should I purchase this? I can't afford not to, because we need the content. Right.
There you go. Well, in the live chat, we have OG Hugo who says, "Hello, Taylor and Amy. I am your biggest fan." So your biggest fan is with you right now. So.
That's wonderful.
Wow.
My mother's here.
We're pretty sure 90% of our subscribers share DNA with us at this point. We force them.
Actually, that was my next question. Like, we're not asking any family-related questions here, but the one thing I want to do is, what do your parents think of your channel, the fact that you're doing this?
They're huge fans.
Yeah, Mom. She's like, "When's the next video?" I love it.
Not as big of a fan as OG Hugo though, because he's already said right here, "I am your biggest fan." So everybody else is second place.
My parents frequently, I'll text them and be like, "Did you see our episode?" And they're like, "It's fun to watch you and Amy, and we have no idea what you were talking about."
I think that's something a lot of us here are familiar with our parents.
Yeah. My mom learned how to subscribe to things for us.
Do you guys use a soldering iron?
Yeah. Oh, does my mother? No. Do we? Yes. You're right. Yeah.
Because sometimes on various channels, you see somebody holding the soldering iron on the hot end.
Yeah, like some of the stock photos they used to use.
Those are turned into memes and stuff too, where they're like holding, they're like wearing the safety goggles, holding the soldering iron from the hot tip, pretending like they're working on a motherboard.
No, ours is hot.
Yeah,
we would know.
We don't do that.
There's a couple soldering irons around here. We've decided one's the soldering iron and one's the desoldering iron.
If it smells like burning chicken, you're holding the wrong side, right? So.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for me, that's actually not a meme. That's kind of like my soldering skill level. So as it's quite famous on the show. I've soldered my hair before, literally. So.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Well, I mean, who among us hasn't soldered some?
Yeah, but the way I did it was not smart. Like I was sitting and thought, like, why isn't this working? Holding the hot soldering iron, just floating in front of my hair. What's that smell? There's a big melted glob of it on there.
Curtis thought it was a curling iron. So yeah.
Long flowing locks. I mean, you've always managed to not do that. I'm impressed. I'm always impressed. Good. Yeah, well, so far I'm always like, wow, see her hair's kind of, but it never.
To sum it up, I'm not a hardware guy. I'll write drivers for them, but I won't do the hardware thing. So back to our more normal questions. So what we ask all of our guests, of course, is what was the first computer each of you ever used, which could be in school, at a friend's house, whatever. What's the first computer each of you ever owned?
Okay, so we actually had this discussion recently. The first computer that we think we ever used was the Apple IIe because our elementary school got a computer lab.
Yeah.
So that would have been right around 84. And we were hooked.
Yeah,
I think.
I liked the computer lab.
We thought that was pretty cool. And then the first computer that my family got was the Tandy 1000. And I had the EX and you had the...
Because we were big time. I had the HD, so we had a hard drive.
Ooh.
Was there a bit of jealousy at that point?
A little bit.
No, we shared.
Yeah, that's true.
My hard drive is your hard drive.
Were you suffering from disk envy by any chance?
Well, I mean, I think we mostly were over at your house playing on yours anyway.
That's true.
Like the Star Trek games, and
we played it more at my house than your house.
So,
although I don't remember why.
That was my second computer. Well, actually my third. I had a CoCo and then a CoCo 3, and then I got a Tandy 1000. And I was working at Radio Shack, so I kind of climbed the ladder of the Tandy computer systems. But I loved the Tandy 1000.
Radio Shack.
Oh yeah.
Product placement here.
Yeah, right. So
you're like, I just happened to wear this. This is what I just put on.
I miss Radio Shack so much.
Absolutely.
So much.
So much. Gosh, you can't. And then it wasn't as good at the end, but
true.
Yeah, it was basically a cell phone reseller at that very end there.
But some of them still had all the computer hardware stuff in the back, and you just, if you could get past the guy trying to sell you a cell phone, they'd let you go through all of it and find a little baggie filled with the resistor you needed.
Yeah.
Now, my understanding, because we've had a few people on the panel and on our show that have actually gone and found not the full-blown Radio Shacks, but kind of the franchisee type stuff. And there's a few that are still around that actually do carry some electronic parts from that scene. I think, Jason, you've actually taken photos of some, haven't
you? Yes, I have visited some Radio Shack independent dealers.
Still had all the,
Sorry, I opened up the audio for a second. My bad. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Jason.
That was a ghost.
Yeah.
Ooh. No, I visited some of the Radio Shack independent dealers, and I've just kind of found them in my travels. Most of them are out in the middle of nowhere, because back in the day, they weren't allowed to be within so many miles of a corporate-owned store. Now that has changed. There is one near Charleston, West Virginia, and I've actually found one in Wisconsin, Dells, Wisconsin, just by chance going to a gas station. There was a Radio Shack next door.
Oh, I thought you meant I did in the gas station.
I was like, I've seen a Taco Bell that was attached to a
McDonald's, but not. You walk in and you're like, Radio Shack.
Drive-through, no less.
Right? Oh, I love this gas station. My favorite gas station, Radio Shack.
I'm going to get in the drive-through line and use my battery card.
Yes.
Get yourself a 9-volt.
Resistors or capacitors?
Oh, God. Where is this place? I absolutely had a battery card.
Yep, me too.
What a fond memory. I hadn't thought of that in years. Thank you for saying that.
I noticed you guys had a drink. Was that a coconut that you were drinking out of?
It was a coconut.
Coconut.
All right.
Cheers.
With umbrellas.
These are the most on-topic guests we've ever had.
Absolutely. Radio Shack shirts, coconut drinks.
Be prepared. We do our homework.
We should be taking lessons at this point.
Amazon purchases were made.
Are you guys going to be good at the end of 4 hours after we're done?
If the caffeine supply.
How long did you hold on to the Tandy 1000s before? Well, Tandy 1000 was technically a PC, but when did you move on to what we consider our normal, like over-the-counter computers and stuff?
Never. Hers is right, but it's back.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, I've never let go of it. It's right there, but
never.
I went to boarding school in '92, and as sort of a going away present, my mother was like, "You're gonna need a new computer for this," and that's when I got like a 486. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like college-ish.
Given some like we'll kind of get into the Tandy 1000 story that you guys did a video on too of your your project that you did.
I should have worn that shirt.
Yeah. But I'm kind of curious, like you guys do a lot of hardware, but you guys have mentioned in the past that you did some programming. So when you first got into computers at, in elementary school type thing, were you interested in the hardware side of it even back then? Or was that more of a software thing? Or was it just playing games and getting reports done? Or what was it?
Right. It was more, I mean, I used the computer all the time to write papers and stuff. And then I loved programming in BASIC. And then I guess what year did James Gleick's Chaos, that book came out, and I got real into, oh my goodness, there's basic programs where you can make fractals, and I loved that mathy stuff. So when I got to college, I'm still lugging my little 486 around, and I discovered that as friends of mine would upgrade their computers, like they would get a new motherboard and they'd be like, hey, do you want this old one? And they would get, if they got a 28.8 modem, they didn't need their 14.4. Hey, do you want it? And so I was upgrading that computer. At some point I realized there were no original parts left, except it was all still in the original 486 case, but I had literally replaced all the parts. That's really when I got interested in hardware, was when I started upgrading that machine.
Out of self-defense, like Theseus ship.
It is. It's the ship of Theseus. Yes. At some point, I was like, man, if I bought a case, I could just rebuild my original computer, and I think I did, which is in a closet somewhere. My nostalgia is more for the predecessors of all of that.
Yeah.
Now, I am very nostalgic as a human being. I was nostalgic for the 4th grade in the 5th grade. So I was like, oh, those were good days. You remember remember that summer? Yeah. So I've always loved computers of the 80s, even, when it was barely not the 80s.
During the 80s. Yeah, I'm gonna glom off of her, because like I wish there was an easy way for you to see the lab, because it is probably, I'm sure
it's like a retro computer museum type thing.
Yes. Okay, from left to right, I'll just do this verbally. I've got an Apple IIe. I found that at a thrift store and was so excited because I was like, oh, this was the first computer I ever used, and I can have my own. Anyway,
Oregon Trail.
Yeah, so I've got an Apple IIe. I've got my old Tandy 1000 EX.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a non-functioning TI 99 4A.
4A, yeah.
It was one of those things where I knew I was buying it broken, but I thought, well, maybe I could fix it, and I couldn't pass up the opportunity. I've got Atari 400, Atari 800, 600 XL, 800 XL. I've got.
I mean, she's doing this from memory, and I'm watching it happen.
I've got several Commodore 64s now. Commodores 64. Proper. So I've got one where I took the motherboard. Well, I bought the C64 Reloaded, so it's a brand new motherboard with, you put the chips in from the originals, and then I've got one working C64 that's all original parts, or a couple of those. And then that's computers. Then I have a whole separate kind of nostalgia for games. So I've got my Odyssey 2, and we did an upgrade video on that. I've got a Atari 2600, of course. I've got my NES. And that's basically, that's the tour. Got a Game Boy.
Yeah.
But and then recently we built the Harlequin Spectrum kit, because Spectrum was not anything that I knew about until I, started down the rabbit hole on loving retro computers. And then, of course, I watched Micromen, which is a movie about tiny little men. I'm kidding.
I think it's funny.
So
that's why we're friends.
So yeah, anyway, so I have collected these things over the years. When I find something, I go, need. I don't think I've ever come across a Commodore 64 in a thrift store that I haven't purchased. I don't think I've left those behind. And that's why I got the CoCo 2 a few years back because I really wanted one, and it was one of the things that I hadn't had growing up, and I wanted to play with it. And I already had like a stack of CoCo 2 games, because if I find the games at a store for a machine I do not have, I may hold on to those like a squirrel.
Well, it gives you an excuse to go buy the machine later, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I have manuals to machines I do not have because the opportunity to purchase the manual was available. So
what about the CoCo?
What about the CoCo?
You've got a CoCo, you said, I think.
I do. It's I left that out of the tour.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
That was sort of implied. I think by the show. Yeah.
They're on the show, so obviously they have.
I found it on eBay. This was probably 10 years ago, and it was new in box. So It came in the original box. I think I made the joke on our first show that I voided the warranty. Mm-hmm. The sticker was still intact.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
So like I don't think anyone had turned that machine on until I did. I mean, they could have, but it was, and it came with all the manuals, which is one of the other reasons I love the books that come with computers. I collect those too. So, anyway,
anytime we don't do something, just like, hang on.
Do you both have hordes of computers at your own houses then? Or
no, I mooch off of Taylor, and anything like my Atari games, for example, that I had from 20, I will bring it here. And so that it can be all in one collected place. So all my 2600 games from the Atari, my Atari stopped working.
So it's a bit of a joint collection then in some ways.
Yeah, mostly Taylor, but if it's going to be...
She's right. Like, I've got a stack of Atari 2600 games that I got from her.
Yeah, so we're just like, this is where they go. They belong here.
Okay, so you mentioned that you started kind of getting the hardware side when you were started to build your own computers, like adding your own motherboards and putting in. When did you actually get into the low level stuff, like soldering your own chips and things like that? Did you take training for that, or did you just kind of like spontaneously get into it?
I always wanted to, and I tried to learn in college and failed to learn to solder. I had read the instructions and I had tried to perform the action, and I made a hot mess.
But it's hard. I think it's hard thing to learn from words.
Yes. So soldering was always a huge barrier of entry to me. And then I think it was 3 years ago, the 8-bit guy did a video on his channel about building a single board 6502 computer. And he really did some up close, focus zoomed shots of the soldering. And it had never seemed more plausible as when I watched him do it. And so I thought, I can do this. Let me try again. So I ordered the kit and I built it, and it worked. I had to do one bodge wire, but I was so happy with it that I went on a soldering frenzy and started ordering because I had always had to avoid them. Like, I would be like, oh, this looks really cool. Oh, it says soldering required. Never mind. Like, and I was suddenly I could enter
the world opened up.
Exactly. So I went and ordered a bunch of different kits and computer stuff. I built the Open Disky, which is a replica of the Disky, the Apollo onboard computer.
Oh wow.
Ask her anything about Apollo.
I'm a big space buff too. So anyway, it was fun, and I have been very happy with the amount of stuff I now have access to since I learned to solder. So I was very happy that I finally did.
Now, is that skill contagious? Like, has Amy learned how to solder and stuff too? Or
She taught me. On
I taught her on the channel. It's like, here, hold this.
Hold
I
my
know
beer.
she charged for lessons because obviously I need some. So
I mean,
it's high dollar.
You have to be her friend since second grade.
so I have to invent a time machine first.
Yeah. So it might
It
be
probably
tricky.
requires soldering. I'm setting a catch
You'll
22
need
here.
to know how. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult problem because
So
the time
just-
machine is soldering.
Just wait. Future you will show up in your living room and be like, I'm from the future. We built a time machine. He'll show you how to solder.
I actually have
my future self will show up and say you just burned the house down trying to solder something. So.
I have the
Exactly.
I have the science fair kit for the time machine, and it's all just the little spring clips where you can connect everything without soldering.
then I'm
so,
set.
Yeah, there you go. So.
I think one of my favorite jokes is, what do we want? Time travel. When do we want it? Irrelevant. I thought that was funny.
It is.
Irrelevant.
That's a good one.
Run! Is that an 8-inch Dobsonian? What's behind you? You're on mute!
Oh, you're on mute!
Help!
Stop
He's
listening
on-
to music. I'm mute.
Oh, so she's you're
That's the two Newtonians I have.
Yes.
The one's a 10-inch and one's an 8-inch. Yeah.
Ron has his own
That's a
little
light- that's a light
observatory
weapon.
at his place. So.
yeah. Ron
Yeah.
has his own observatory.
Here it is.
And the big 10-inch.
Oh yeah.
Boom. That's awesome.
Gotta.
I have an Astro
And nobody else can see that,
Oh,
but that's
cool.
okay. But you can see it. Should I co-spotlight Ron here real quick just so everybody can see what?
So everybody
Oh
knows
yeah,
what
the
she's-
West make
There
it
we
sound
go.
crazy.
There we go. All right, there we go.
Oh wait, there.
And by the way, you're getting really good Wi-Fi reception for being out in the yard there, Ron.
It's a nice
Yeah,
calm day
we
too.
gotta telescope behind us here too.
Sorry, I got real distracted.
It's a dry heat.
Squirrel. I have an observatory in my backyard, and it's called Delvo Observatory after my last name. And if you got the chance and you remember how to spell my name, look it up, and you'll see pictures I've taken with them. And I even put the color computer next to it, and I've shown some pictures I've taken through the scopes on the CoCo, which is cool.
Outstanding.
Yep.
Yeah.
Combining two
The
hobbies in one.
together.
Yep.
Now, I think most of our viewers here and the people in the audience and the people on our panel know you guys have a really good rapport with each other. It's comical, it's spontaneous, it's fun. So I'm assuming you guys have been that way since you first met each other, and it's just continued ever since. I think it's part of the charms of your channel, to be honest.
Well, thank you. That's why it's funny because when we named it the Taylor and Amy Show, a lot of our friends would like post on Facebook. They'd be like, "We've been fans of the Taylor and Amy Show since 1987."
We've been watching it live.
Yeah.
Again, this is us. We just put a camera on it. Like I often wonder, I wonder if people think that what we're doing is bits. I mean, what we do is just what we do. None of it's really.
Nothing is scripted.
Nothing is scripted.
That was my next question. Like I do know you edit. Like sometimes you'll edit out, bits of
Yeah.
or
We
whatever,
wouldn't do that to you guys.
Right.
6
2
hours
hours
later,
of desoldering. Yeah. Outstanding content.
So you guys don't script it at all. You think of a project to do or tackle, and away you go.
No, and sometimes I really do spring it on Amy.
Oh, like the Iron Brew, whatever that was.
Yeah. Sometimes we
that was 100% just what happened to us at the moment.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm like, hey Amy, come over, we're gonna do this. And other times I'm like, hey Amy, come over, we're gonna record, and she has no idea what's about to happen.
Like, okay, I'll be there in 30 minutes.
Yeah. So
I'll bring a coconut.
That's a real friend when they bring you coconuts.
Exactly.
Any Apple tattoos or anything?
Apple
No.
tattoo.
Like Apple
I don't
computer
know if that
tattoos?
much into Apple.
Math tattoos, but not.
Right.
I do have a math tattoo. It's a fractal.
I have a physics tattoo.
Math and physics. Woo!
Bit of a nerds. Yeah, you're gonna be. You'll notice, like you mentioned something. Probably one of us knows something about it. So far, Taylor.
Well, I'm trying to remember the comment you guys had describing you had one of your songs there on, I think it was the math one. Where you
Incompleteness
mentioned
theorem.
this is for the 10 people in the world that fit the Venn diagram of.
Right.
I can't remember how you described it off the top of my head right now. But
I can't either. It was something like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle fans and the foundational crisis of mathematics enthusiasts.
Venn diagram overlap.
That was
Yeah, there are not that many people. We thought it really might just be the two of us. But we've gotten some fun comments on that one. I'm very proud of that one.
That was a good wrap.
But that's a perfect example. So Amy and I were on a walk together, and at some point realized that girdle and turtle rhymed, and then it just sort of organically happened. And by the end of the walk, I was like, well, I have to go write this and record it.
And then it happened.
So I did.
Just had girdle power.
Right. And that was years ago. And that's been one of the other things when it comes to like finding channel content is like we've got 10 years worth of stuff we've done that we just can put up, and it eventually
recorded now.
Exactly.
Like the rocket stuff, we've been doing
rockets for years and years.
Obviously computer stuff,
some robot
any sort
stuff,
of experiments, robot stuff. Like
I like when your smoke machines filled the room so badly you had to get out of the room and let it clear out.
Oh my god,
that was fun.
Talk about not scripted. That legitimately scared the crap out of me. I started screaming.
Yeah,
that was so awesome.
Good times. Yeah, it was really loud.
The whole room.
So you guys launch rockets, right?
Yeah, they've got a couple of videos of building the rocket and then launching it.
Have you had the computer launch it?
No.
Have I done what?
Had the
computer launch it.
I've not. What I'm working on, I'm trying to do a my goal is to get level 3 high power certification. I have level 2 certification, and I want to, my goal for my level 3 rocket is it's going to have an onboard Raspberry Pi that runs a
we have plans
that has an altimeter and knows when it's at apogee and can break the rocket open to do the dual deploy requirement. So
it'll tell you what roof it's on.
That would be great. Yes, the separate GPS module
in what city
that tells you which power line
high-powered rocket
it's now hanging off of that you need to call the power company to come get.
I did that with my kids quite a bit.
I mean, it's so much fun.
Yeah, I made a styrofoam launch pad, and then when it took off, it burned the hole in the foam.
Yeah.
Well, what's our?
Yeah. Well, when I built I built a launch rail so we could use rail buttons, and I needed a blast shield at the bottom, and I wound up taking the RF shield out of the Tandy 1000
and use that.
So because it's real metal. So now I know what to do with those. Yeah, recycling.
So we do combine rocketry and computers.
Oh yeah.
To
you did there.
Question, yes.
Mm-hmm. in that respect.
We use the RF shield from Tandy.
I've been watching the comments go by here, and a few people have been commenting on some of your videos that they really liked.
Oh, thank you, because I haven't really been.
Alan from AC's 8-bit Zone said, "If anybody heard you guys singing the Infarct Your Heart, that's super catchy." He also said that they must also have an acting drama side to their personalities, and we'll get into that in the Tandy 1000 retro. Get you guys.
I guess that includes me too.
Yeah.
James Jones, who's also a bit of a math whiz here, I'm not, was asking to get a link to your Turtle Godel episode too. So
yeah, I just posted a link to the channel.
Oh yeah, well,
thank you.
If you go to the channel and subscribe.
Right. The I posted the channel in the live chat, and it's also in the description of this video is the link to the channel too. So
yeah, so we only have 16. We have it up here, I think, videos. We started this in November.
19.
Are we up to 19?
I think.
We just started in November doing this, so we haven't been doing this for very long. I mean, obviously we've been doing this, but we haven't been filming it and putting it on YouTube except since the beginning of November of last year. So
Taylor,
November, December, January, February. I mean,
Taylor, do you have an MC10?
No, sir.
Do you know what it is?
From watching CoCoTALK, I can deduce that it's a computer that I don't have.
Something to find at a Goodwill in the future.
It's the cousin of the color computer.
I'll buy
It's a
it.
Micro color computer.
It's kind of the competitor to the ZX81 type thing that Tandy did for about a year back in '83.
I'd buy a Dragon too if I ever came across one.
Yeah, it's
That's
too bad you
gonna
didn't come
do
to that
it.
earlier because California, was it California Digital, was the name of the company, actually was selling brand new Dragons in a Box made for the NTSC market back from the 80s. Like when they went out of business, this guy got all their inventory and he was selling it off just a few every year for years and years. And I think he finally ended up selling the last one in 2015 or something like that. So they are floating around.
Hey, that's horrible. What is happening?
I'm just trying to put your names on the screen so people can tell who's who.
The live stream doesn't see all this editing stuff that Steve's doing.
I am Taylor, the Taylorian.
Yes.
A little handy little arrow. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I got arrows there now, so.
We've got our own Chiron now.
There you go. Yes.
High tech.
So
Although
I guess
we
we'll get into
probably
probably
answered
one of
that.
your most famous videos now, which is the Tandy 1000 retrospective of what you guys did. Now you guys have to explain this. We didn't have this competition in Canada, so I'm not at all familiar with it. But you guys had mentioned in the video that you guys had entered it multiple times even before this. I think it was grade 8 project that you guys did. If you just want to kind of explain that, because a few people have been asking about it in the chat too. Plus, it gets a bit of a history of,
okay, so I know it was once called Olympics of the Mind, and then they probably got some sort of cease and desist on that, and they changed it to Odyssey. Because when I was in 1984, I think it was Olympics of the Mind, because I think I still have some merch that has that on it. But basically, it's a problem-solving competition for elementary, middle, and high school students. Typically, it always involves some sort of 10-minute skit, but it's around solving a problem. So 1 year, okay, and think in 4th grade, the problem was you've got to walk onto the stage, construct a vehicle, and use the vehicle to get to points A, B, and C, and then you've got to retrieve 6 objects, and then you've got to get back to your starting point in 10 minutes. That was the problem.
They give you some little structured problem, but then you have to write a skit around it.
Right. So
but it's a fixed problem. Like every team competing has
Every
to do the
team
same
has
thing.
to do.
So you're only competing against people that solved your problem, and there'll be 6 problems any given year, and you would choose which one you wanted to do. Yeah. Right. There's always one that's a structure where you have to build a balsa wood structure that holds weights. We almost never did the structure problem.
We didn't like that. Wasn't our jam.
Yeah, we're not engineering, but or we weren't then. But
I did that once. It turned out horribly.
But
right, yeah.
Not bridge building.
Yeah. So we would always pick a problem that sounded fun. So the year that we talked about in that video, the problem was you have to create a character that can display, that's a completely mechanical character.
And I think they probably the people that writing the problem envisioned Muppet kind of.
I have no idea.
I think that's what they were thinking. They weren't thinking of computers, I doubt.
No. And it had to be able to display 5 different emotions, and then
and it had to cry. I think because
no, I think we just made it cry.
Okay, never mind. I thought it had to. Anyway, I don't have any memory of my own life. It was a while ago.
It's not real. It's fuzzy. Way on back there.
Fuzzy logic.
We are old women.
Yes, now we're old. Yeah.
So our solution to the problem was we're going to take the Tandy 1000 and write in BASIC some code for graphics to make facial expressions. So we made it smile and frown and cry. And yeah, I do remember when we made it cry, we had invisible ink.
Or disappearing ink.
Disappearing ink. Yeah, that
it had to disappear later to go along with
that. I squirted on myself as if it were crying motor oil. Yeah, anyway. So we definitely used the Tandy for that.
And you guys had some problems there. You became unplugged in the middle of and you have a hard 10-minute limit or something like that, it sounds like.
Right. We went over time, but it was, the plug fell out of the wall. So Amy and I and 3 of our fellow 8th graders walk onto the stage to start our skit, and it's dead. The computer's completely dead. And I don't know, in my mind's eye, my hair caught on fire and I ran across the room to find it was not plugged in. and I plug it back in, and it immediately falls back out. And I'm like, this plug won't hold.
I'm still mad about it.
I am too.
But I guess the important thing, it was a Star Trek based skit.
Our skit was Star Trek based.
Yeah, so there's that. So we were 8th graders that are fantastic. I mean, we still are friends with her teacher, Miss Cassidy, now Dr. Cassidy, is a huge Star Trek fan. So she introduced us to Star Trek. So we would be working on this, and like part of our assignment was she'd show us like a Star Trek episode, and so that we could know. So Taylor could, be an 8th grader doing
I had to
Kirk impression.
work on my William Shatner impression. As an 8th grade girl, that's normal.
Yeah. For us, that was the thing about us, is like we each were the barometer of normal for the other person.
Right. If Amy thought it was cool, that's all I needed to hear. That meant it was cool.
Yeah. So like we were building robots and doing crystal growing and doing all this completely not
typical stuff. Yeah.
But we thought it was cool, and then we didn't care what anyone else thought.
Yeah.
So
if Amy thought it was cool, that's all I needed to hear.
It was fine. But yeah, so it was Steer Trek because it was where no cow had ever gone before. And
cows in space.
It was cows in space. Yeah. And
you had with the other people in your project too. You had like basically all the big names in Star Trek covered. Like you had Spock, and Scotty was an off-screen voice. I think you did Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor also Scotty or Spotty.
Spotty.
And I was Stock, Mr. Stock. And then, like you were saying, I think one of my favorite was T-Bones.
Mm-hmm.
As because they couldn't have just the normal names, and Captain Cud.
It's all tied into the whole bovine theme there.
Absolutely, yeah. It was steer ship pasteurized.
Was that inspired by Far Side by Glenn Larson in any way, shape, or form? Because he was quite famous.
Probably, because I know. I mean, yeah, we've been fans of his forever.
I think he stole it from us. What I'm saying, but yeah, it was a lot of fun, and Tandy involved. Yeah, and then of course that we talk about it in the channel where we got challenged, where the people didn't think we could have done the programming.
We totally did it,
but we did.
Yeah,
and hours to prove it of us sitting at her house trying to get the we got grid paper up, but the grid paper didn't quite line up, and drawing the face, and
we had no like graphics software, so we were doing it all with line codes in BASIC, and
drawing everything manually.
No, it was really funny to me, the idea that like when they challenged us and said, we think your parents did it, and we were just like suddenly flooded with the mental image of our mothers trying to. Bless their hearts.
That would not.
They have a lot of skills.
Bless their hearts.
Yeah. So we were like, no, and luckily we had the code all printed out and we could show it. And so
our mothers came in and we're like, y'all, they did this. These girls did this.
Like, challenge accepted. Here's the code we wrote.
Right. I guess that is it's a form of flattery when something's so good people don't believe you did it, right? You look at it that way, right? So,
couldn't have possibly done all that.
It's like pyramids were built by aliens. There's no way a human being could have done
humans
that,
could have done
that.
Yeah.
So we also built the pyramids.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. I need to see the printout on that one.
There we go. Back here.
At least the floor plans.
That's our next.
We're gonna put it on GitHub.
It's going to be open source.
That's the next episode.
Right.
Was any?
I just want to see the full scale model.
Open pyramid.
Was any soldering involved in that pyramid construction?
So much.
All the soldering.
All the copper guy.
And again, a slightly bit more serious for a moment there. Like you talked about the fact that they kind of didn't believe you. Was that because you were girls, or is that because you were young, or what?
We don't know. Well,
maybe.
We kind of
to say.
Kind of didn't think about that till later. I don't know. I mean, because it was definitely different. It was very different than what all the other teams had done.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it was because of our age, if it was because it was computers. Like it was kind of later. We were like, maybe it's because we were hero.
Yeah.
It made me very upset.
Yeah.
And the other people on your team, were they into this kind of stuff too? Or did they just kind of follow on your coattails?
They didn't do that part.
Right.
Not the computer part.
No, we had the other members of our team, like we had to paint our sets, and so everyone was involved in that. I remember two of the girls who played Omula. Wait,
Mulu. Well, no, Omula.
Oh, like Uhura?
Uhura and Sulu.
Okay.
They had gone above and beyond. They sewed all of our costumes.
Oh my God.
And
So
like
we had the rank insignia stuff, and it was all correct, and
how many stripes for a captain and how many stripes for a first officer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
and the ears, I think.
Yeah, they made those. So pretty much everybody used their talents toward the project, and ours were the computer bit. But and then we all got to do acting.
And there's, I guess,
which was a comment earlier that people think you guys obviously have some acting skills too. So.
Thank you.
I mean, we do it. I mean, you have skills, maybe.
Now, were you two the main drivers of the project, or was that also equal opportunity as far as like coming up with the whole skit and what was going to happen in it? Or
I'm sure that if we underwent hypnosis, these memories are somewhere, but I don't have access to them at this time. I mean, I typically with an OM problem, like you get your team together, you sit down with the problem, and you spend a few weeks just throwing ideas out and just like brainstorming, what could we do? So at some point it all gels, and I don't remember who drove what.
I mean, we definitely sat at her house and did the programming, so that part we can say because no one else was around. But there's also short term, which is there's long term and short term. That's the long term problem. Short term, different people went in than necessarily might have done the long term skit, and that's where they actually fire questions at you.
Right, the spontaneous. So part of the scoring for Odyssey of the Mind, you got points for the problem that you solved, but you also had to do a spontaneous problem. So you would walk into a room, there's 5 of you, and they would then announce what the problem was. And the problem would be something like,
you're going to do it to me, aren't you?
No, I'm trying to think of examples.
One time that was really weird. They told a story and you had to tell things about the story. Sometimes they'd say like, name things that are blue.
I mean, it could be anything. And you had 1 minute to think and 3 minutes to respond, and you would just go around in a circle firing off ideas. Like one of them was like, you're trying to get to the other side of the river.
Oh, I remember this.
And so we would be firing off ideas: build a bridge, fly a plane, throw a brick. I mean,
one was like throw a brick, get on it, and ride to the other side.
Right. I mean, we were just desperate to come, and you get like 1 point for a common idea and 3 points for a creative idea. So you had to, the idea was that you would get more points if you had cleverer answers to those problems. So
it's kind of a creative thinking process. That's what they were trying
exactly.
to
Exactly. And we would practice that too before we went. Our teachers would set it up, and I think at one point she handed us a fork and was like, say something about this. And so we were just riffing on that word and things that rhymed with it,
I would have just said I'm hungry and been done.
Well, that kind of thing, but you've got to keep going.
It goes in a circle.
Yeah, you're going to have to come up with more answers. And so if you couldn't think of something clever, exactly, you would just say something, the first thing that came to your mind, this is silver, and hand it off. And then hope that the person you handed it to had something really clever to say about it. Yeah.
So a question on this, like the team you had what, 5 or 6 people, I think, total in your?
It was 7.
7?
Yeah. So, but there are 5 people in the skit, and then 5 people do the spontaneous, and everyone has to do something.
Now, do you guys get to pick your own friends to be on the team, or are you like assigned in a class? And you 6 are working together. They sometimes.
I'm sure every school does it differently. I'm sure there are teams that get assigned, but they let us self-select. And we were not the only team from our school that year. There were 2 or 3.
Yeah, because I think each category, like the structural team, and then so. If you have as many teams.
And that particular one too, you guys have always been in the regionals, I guess, as far as you got. This time you made it to the national level too, didn't you?
Right. So it's regional, state, and then world. I said national in the video. That is not a thing, or wasn't then. And we had made it to state a bunch of times, but we'd never won state. And then we did, and we were so happy. And World that year was in Ames, Iowa. Yeah. And we went there and had a blast. One of my favorite things, so we were 8th graders, and my favorite thing, I think the most fun I had that whole weekend, because, you know, you've got a lot of stage fright too. So it's like anxiety provoking. So after we had done our skit, I just like the pressure was off. Yeah. And I loved going and just watching like the high school students do theirs, because they've been doing this for longer than we have. And they were so clever and so creative in their sketches. And I loved watching the older kids that had gotten this far. So they had won their state, and it was a lot of fun.
And we got 8th place in the world.
We did. We ranked in the top 10, which we think at the time was
probably the highest
that our school system had done. So we were happy.
How many would be in the world with the world championship? I guess, like, how many teams would be in there that you're competing against?
Man, well, I mean, you got to figure 51 from each state, probably.
Right.
And then there was like a team from China. You know, like it was an actual world.
Yeah. So we brought a bunch.
It wasn't like the World Series where it's 2 countries basically.
No. It was
mostly states, but other countries were there.
And this was held on the campus of, which one is it Iowa State that's in Ames?
Sure.
I think it was Iowa State.
It was on a university campus.
And so they had us, you know, we were all in dorms and stuff. It was awesome.
It's a whole thing for sure.
Yeah, there were a lot of teams.
Highly recommend. If you have a chance.
My next question is, I haven't got a chance to go through all your videos yet. I've seen thumbnails, and I've gone through probably about 2/3 of them at this point.
You have so much to look forward to.
Yeah. What is for each of you individually, what has been your favorite episode as the way it resulted, and what was your favorite one recording?
You go.
Oh God. Well, I mean,
it's a spontaneous problem. You have 1 minute to think.
There you go.
1 minute to think and 2 minutes to respond. Right? That's what
3.
It says. 3. Crap.
So
anyway.
1 minute of dead silence as you think about it.
Yeah, we think. Well, weirdly, I mean, a lot of times it's the most recent video because that's the most fresh on my mind. The smoke machine.
I think the smoke machine is going to be Amy.
We had to refilm the outro because
we were laughing too hard.
We couldn't. Wrong.
Yeah, we couldn't put it together.
We had to do it again because I'm like, people were like, what's wrong? I mean, we were so laughing so hard and just giddy because it was just hilarious. I mean,
yeah,
the screaming and the running around and the whole thing, you couldn't see it around the room because of the smoke.
Good time.
Yeah, we're wearing, if you'll notice the outro, suddenly we changed clothes because it was a different day because we had to do it again.
Well, how long did it take to air out the room? Like to get over
not that long.
Wasn't that bad.
It was a few minutes. And it's one of those it's an indoor outdoor fog machine, so it's non-toxic and it's supposed to be, you know, for like stage effects.
Mm-hmm. Dry ice
the room is small.
Yeah.
It takes fog use.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's fog use. And so it was part of the Halloween setup for her house on the outside.
Yeah, it was.
Hence that she just, like everything else, Taylor just has a fog machine.
Because you do.
I mean, as one does. Like, we need a Dremel tool, and then she manages to not even stand up, and a Dremel tool appears in her hand. I'm like, how do you do that? So I think she did at least have to stand up to produce a fog machine.
It's in another room.
But that one was really funny. Gosh, I think Infarct Your Heart is one of my favorite songs. So I like that.
So favorite one of the people in the chat too. So.
Oh yeah, good. Yeah, I mean it gets pretty into the weeds. Like most people don't know what Winky Bok Block is. So kudos to you if you do. It's got real medical stuff in there for sure.
Yeah, actually, your songs they kind of remind me stylistically, I guess, of Weird Al. Are you guys Weird Al fans as well? Or?
Oh yeah.
Oh, big time. Which brings me to the song that we wrote for you.
Uh-oh.
Teaser.
We were going to record this, and then
we didn't.
Things happened.
We ran out of time.
Life happened.
Life interfered with our ability to do that. But we rewrote the song "Sugar Sugar" by the Archies. computer. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, Coco, Coco. Dun, 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 dun. You were my Tandy girl, and you got me wanting you. So you can see how that would evolve.
Oh my God, that is
That's awesome. We'll have to get you guys at CoCo Fest to actually do that in public for everybody.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah,
With
live.
musical accompaniment, we have quite a few musicians in our group too. So
Yeah, our band is better live.
That's going to be the
Somebody
beginning
call
of our
Deep
show.
Bruce.
So expect that that'll show
So
up
yeah,
on the channel at some point.
Yeah, let Bill use that as an intro for our show.
Oh, we'll do
with your
it.
permission, of course.
With your permission,
Certainly.
yeah. And if,
Absolutely.
with all due royalties, you know, we'll have our people talk to your people and
You'll
get the
need
paperwork
to-
drawn up.
You'll
So,
need
yeah.
to do that again with your coconuts. So.
Oh, yeah, we should have. Well, for the music video.
Yeah.
And make it a luau type
Sound
thing or
good,
something
but-
in the video.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna get more water.
There you go.
Yeah, because we have like the Samu Games we were mentioning earlier. I don't know if you guys have caught some of the back shows, but it's kind of usually a musical spoof of whatever the game of the week was, you know, to some popular song with rewritten lyrics type thing too. So, but she hasn't had time to do them the last few weeks here, but there's been a few pretty good ones there. And then Bruce Moore is a professional vocal trainer, coach.
Oh.
He flies down the States to teach people how to sing and stuff. He sings national anthems at baseball games and stuff.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't do that.
We need to be taught how to sing.
Yeah, I mean,
You guys sing pretty well. I mean, you guys can even harmonize.
Yeah.
oh, Taylor's again the singer.
Yeah.
Did you guys know why Nightmare Highway exists?
The song
I
that
don't
we
think
saw at the
even
beginning of the show.
said why.
Yeah, we do.
I've had it stuck in my head.
Yeah.
Go ahead, tell 'em.
Well, let's let their interview go, and then we can talk about that later. Yeah, we're going on a tangent there, but yeah, that's a song inspired by CoCo events. Yeah.
Candy tangent.
Well, they'll never know.
Well, yeah.
Like put a pin in it.
You want to do it, Ron? You want to do the brief synopsis of Nightmare Highway?
One of the guys coming to the
the
CoCo
water.
Fest hit a couch in the road. He hit a couch. It was in the middle of
Yeah,
the
somebody
road.
threw a couch on the road in the highway, and he was driving at night, so he didn't see it till last night.
Surely it fell off of somebody's
It
truck.
fell off of a truck. He hit a piece of furniture on his way to CoCo Fest, wrecked his vehicle, and still made it to CoCo Fest. So that was a true life event that then inspired a video game made by Ken Reichert where you have to dodge furniture on the road. And then that video game inspired the song that you then saw the live performance of that we opened up the show with. So it's a whole art imitating life.
Highway.
Yeah, Nightmare
Yeah,
Highway.
it's a Katamari ball.
It's a long
inside
running
joke.
gag.
Yes, yes. So
And when you saw the video, the person that was sitting opposite filming him on the right hand side was the person that,
that
actually
was
ran
that
into
was
the couch that
Terry
the whole thing
Steen, the
started
one who
with.
hit the couch. Yeah.
And he was
So-
he was
And
a
lived
game
it.
author back in the 80s for one of the tape magazines. So he wrote a lot of the games we played.
If only we could find the guy who lost the couch.
Yeah, right. We can get it
We
autographed
interview
at this
him.
point.
I don't know if we want to. He might want royalties now. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
right.
That's mad about it.
Well, he'll want a color computer.
Yeah.
He'll want the software, the made monitor.
The guy who was singing is a game author too. You did
Yeah, Rick
mention that.
Adams. Rick
Yeah,
Adams.
he wrote some of the games for Radio Shack, actually. Temple of Rom, Shanghai. He wrote the first UUCP protocol for the CoCo 3. And, yeah, so he's pretty famous. He's written a few games lately here, too.
So Taylor, you say you've had your CoCo for like 10 years now. And
Think about.
And so what do you do with it? What have you done with it, and what are you planning on doing with it?
You've seen it.
I have videoed most of it. So I love problems that I can solve with a screwdriver and a soldering iron. And so with all of the retro computers, I've got the general goal of upgrading the RAM when that's possible. And
Okay.
it totally was with the CoCo 2. It was super easy. Upgrading, getting rid of RF and upgrading to composite or, EGA or whatever's available. And with the CoCo, so we did that video, and then I actually have popped in the chip for the extended basic ROM, and I probably should have just recorded it and put it in that video. But what I think I'm gonna do, so last week you guys were talking about, I don't know which segment of the show it was in, but y'all brought up Edie's reviews and a cart that she's made that
Works with a whole multitude of systems. Yeah.
Exactly. So like the moment I heard that, my ears just perked up, and I open a new window and I go over there. So I have ordered that. Now it may not arrive until April, given the chip shortage. I mean, anybody that makes hardware is having to deal with that. I ordered a chip in December and got an email in January, and it said, our expected delivery date is June. And I'm like, awesome.
Wow.
So obviously some chips are harder to get than others, but so I went ahead and ordered that device, and it'll get here when it gets here. And the CoCo 2 adapter for it is not yet available. She showed it on her YouTube channel, but it's not available on the website to buy yet. So I just ordered it for the Atari 800 XL, because great. And then when that comes out, hopefully I'll be able to get one and add that. And then once we've got that sort of like that SD,
CoCo SDC.
I mean, we could do everything. Anything.
Right. So you haven't been running a lot of software on it right now, I guess.
So we haven't been. I mean, we've played with the cartridges I have, and we've upgraded basic to extended basic, and
64K RAM from 16.
And 64K RAM. So I'm looking forward to having the ability to actually like play with Nitros 9 and all the other software once we have that SD availability.
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway, for example.
Yeah.
We can dodge couches.
I'm gonna
dodge couches.
Got my joystick out.
Yeah, because we got joysticks.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know the availability of the CoCo SDC, but that's another product you can plug in to you plug it into the cartridge slot and you put an SD card in it and you can boot up images off of that too. That's CoCo specific. I like that other one because it's multi-platform. You have.
I think at the moment, so I was looking for that, and at the moment it's out of stock. Like I can't buy it right now.
Oh, the CoCo SDC.
Retro Rewind has
them in stock.
RetroRewind.ca.
Yeah.
They're a Canadian company.
.ca.
Yeah, that's our second source for the board.
Pull it up.
FTC boards.
So it might have a little maple leaf on it.
Yeah.
I am here.
Actually, that's my shirt there to plug them. That's them.
It comes with the side of back bacon and some Tim Hortons coffee. So when you order that, you're all good.
And maybe an Aero bar.
Flavored Kit Kat.
Back bacon. It's Canadian thing.
Sounds like
Canadian bacon.
Canadian bacon.
Some poutine.
We call that ham.
Okay. Yeah.
Poutine. We have a bunch on the show.
Yeah.
What kind of ham?
Yeah, ham back bacon. It's like color spelled with or without a U.
Right. Yeah, so it would be interesting to hear your take on some of the CoCo games when you start getting some to play on there, like which ones you like and things like that. So.
And since I know that both of you have used Linux and stuff too, I'm really interested in your take on Nitros 9, which is kind of a Unix-based, not quite Unix, there's Fusix if you want that, but it's a multi-user, multitasking operating system, a full-blown operating system. So
you're going to want a CoCo 3 for that.
Yeah, you can do some on the CoCo 2. There is a level 1 for it, but the CoCo 3 one's much expanded.
One day. Hashtag
very inexpensive, yeah.
Of all
you guys make CoCo Fest, sometimes we get CoCo 3s there for pretty cheap.
Yeah, from the auction.
You get on eBay, so that would be one to go for if you could.
It's in Illinois, and it's May 14th and 15th.
Yeah, and it's annual. It's every year, so.
Every year.
Oh. Every year it's the last one, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the ongoing joke.
Yeah.
Right.
What are we on now, Steve? Did we on the 30th last one?
We this year was the 29th, but it's really been 30 years that they've been doing it because they didn't have one in COVID year. So this year was the 29th in person, but it's actually been 30 years they've been doing it. And
yeah, we did a virtual one on CoCoTALK. We did a 6-hour show of presentations that would have been at the show.
So this year coming up will be the 30th, but it should have been the 31st. But whatever. So it's a long tradition. So. It's cool.
Yeah. That picked up from Rainbow Fest, which is sponsored by Rainbow Magazine. Those started back in '83. So
I was gonna say that's been the whole time. It's been that's contiguous.
There's been a CoCo show from 1983 on.
So if you start then, which year do you decide that you are now retro computing as opposed to just computing.
Right.
We're a computer conference. Now we're a retro, but retro computer conference.
There's a line somewhere.
Yeah.
If there's a line,
area.
yeah. If there's a line, we'll cross it. So.
Done and done.
Of all the retro machines you have in your laboratory, which one do you like the most? What do you like to play with the most? What gives you the most, scratching of the itch?
And don't feel obligated. It has to be a CoCo on the CoCo.
Or even Tandy for that matter. But, yeah.
I mean, I'm always like what I did last.
Yeah, well, the truth is, depends on your definition of the itch, because often I like fixing things, repairing things, upgrading things more than actually, and then it's like done, and then I don't actually get it out and play with it as much as I ought. But some of that is because of access to software. Like I've got this Atari 400 and I've got an Atari 800 and I have one game cartridge. And if they're, that's so.
Right. So that thing you're
if
ordering.
I were to get those out and play with them, it would probably be, I'm gonna upgrade the RAM, or I'm gonna recap this, or I'm going to take it apart.
The playing with it is
that's what
the hardware part.
Exactly. Problems I can solve.
So I'm guessing you probably don't play with emulators that much. Then you're more into like the real hardware and getting the hardware fixed up or upgraded or whatever. Right?
That would be accurate. I mean, I have downloaded emulators, but I would rather play with the hardware.
No, we're micro professionals.
Doesn't have that real hardware smell.
We're real good at micros
and math bingo.
So much like the game author that never plays games,
which is most of them, apparently.
It's running. I'm done. It's good to go. Max RAM.
Yeah. You guys ever do like a drive wire thing? Where you hook your retro computer to a PC and get software.
I've not. Except for. So we built a replica of a Chem 1, and that one we had to, because serial was the only way to communicate with it outside of assembly language. So that we did. We connected it, and then we what did we port over? A couple different versions of BASIC, because we did Tiny BASIC, and then we did Microsoft BASIC.
Yeah. And it worked.
Which is pretty cool. It did.
Oh, good.
That's cool.
Yeah. No one was more surprised than we were.
Like and subscribe.
Mash that notification button.
I know, like and subscribe.
Whatever. Yeah, we're trying to figure out the lingo.
And don't forget to click that bell too, right? Click that notification
like, hi, world
bell.
women, watch us make rockets.
That's right.
That's right.
So I know you guys have said that you do your, or girls I should say, you do your stuff fairly spontaneously. Do you have any long-term plans of stuff you'd like to get to that you just haven't got to or don't have all the parts yet or type thing? Or do you just kind of wing it every time you release a video?
And we kind of do what we can based on what's come in. Like I've ordered, because we're going to do AV, we're going to do an AV mod on that Odyssey 2. And we're going to do an AV mod on the Atari 2600. When they arrive,
I mean, supply chain, getting us
global shipping crisis has not helped. We ordered the Harlequin ZX Spectrum kit. We ordered the case and all of the accoutrement, and they came in at radically different times, which is no fault of the people that we ordered it from. It's just the shipping thing. So basically, once it got here, we did the video. So yeah, when the CoCo SDC gets here, that's now sitting in my cart.
He's pretty quick. You should have it within a week.
Outstanding.
Nice.
So
he's got to be
we really have had to put some things on hold and on the back burner because we don't have the parts yet. But it is what it is. As far as gigantic long-term goals, I mean, world domination, obviously. To be,
and then after that,
to be influencers,
galactic domination, obviously. After
exactly.
Multiverse, conquer the multiverse.
the Copenhagen interpretation. Well, and then there's like, because since the theme is stuff we like to do, like we scuba dive, so there may be some scuba diving stuff.
If we, we haven't been in 2 years because of global pandemic, but that's something, that we would love to.
But if you're scuba diving, you'll be wearing a mask.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
And a regulator.
We can't sneak it past.
But we
probably would be one of the safest people on the planet in the pandemic there. That way.
I mean, right at that point. But
be surprised how small dive boats are.
But we've done some underwater photography that we might be able to put on the channel.
Now that would be cool to bring a computer down with you.
Right.
So square.
Hopefully it's waterproof.
Yeah.
Is this CoCo 2 waterproof?
Waterproof housing for a CoCo 2.
There you go.
Good on. Good idea.
I'm sure
bad
that's
idea.
available. If someone can make that.
Just think, that cord is going to pop out again.
An extension cord,
really long cord.
Your tether line.
Right.
Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff.
That's cool.
So for obviously for all the computer related projects, the retro gaming machine products and stuff like that, you have to get parts. And for your science based ones, and obviously your songs is just more the creative time to do it, write the song and record it, etc. For the science ones, are you guys getting hit by shortages there too, or is that more mechanical stuff you can get locally and it's just you have to decide what you would like to do and kind of more spontaneous to do that, or are those kind of planned based on things too?
What?
well, like so like the
cloud chamber, I knew what I needed. I needed felt and I needed a fish tank. And so yes, I could drive around and go get that. And I did that in a day. And I was like, Amy, come over tonight. I've got all the stuff.
Yeah.
I went and got the dry ice.
We went shopping. And since we are not in Canada, because apparently you can't do this in Canada, we can get dry ice at the grocery store.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, no, you can't get them not in the grocery store here.
Yeah. But here you can.
The one of the videos that we've done that I have not yet posted, we get out my Astroscan telescope and go take nice pictures of the moon with my camera phone. So just, that's at hand. So we did it one night because it was a really clear night and we could.
And
right.
Otherwise we would have gone and done it anyway.
Right.
Because we would go and bust out the telescope before.
Oh yeah.
And go look at stuff.
We've done all this stuff for years, but we decided, let's video it this time, and we'll post that probably next week. But it's not long, but
it's a thing.
Which brings up another question: like, how long does it take you to edit your videos? Like, obviously, you take some of the time out, and it takes a long time to desolder 15 chips or whatever type thing. But as far as the creative process of getting it to flow nicely, which your videos tend to do, how long does the editing process take? Versus recording.
Yeah, not long. I am harsh.
Don't cut that out, Taylor. It's my favorite.
Yeah. Gone. Cutting it. Cut. We've got 2 hours of video, and this is going to be 20 minutes long. So I am ruthless with the editing, but the editing doesn't take very long because I do it immediately after. So everything, I still remember everything we talked about and when we talked about it and what parts, like while we're filming. I mean,
you're thinking, okay, we'll need to cut this.
Yeah. Right. And we'll say that on camera, like, well, this is getting cut, because we already know. So I'm already thinking of the edit while we're filming. So I pull it up in the editor and here we go. Then the fine tooth bit comes in because I've got to, when I bounce it to, what is it, MP4, I've got to put our title card in, and I've got to put, the other stuff in, and then I will watch the whole thing. And just about every time there will be something that bugs me. And I'm like, is 1 second and I'm going to take it out, and I'll take it out and I'll have to rebounce the whole thing. And which on my computer, I do not have a cray situation on the desk. So it typically takes about a minute to process for every, or more than that.
It takes a while.
It does about 15 frames per second. So however long the video is, it takes twice as long to
So like you handbrake ripping them, or what are you guys using for that?
What is
like
a handbrake?
Like what editing software, I guess, are you using?
I'm using OpenShot because I'm a Linux person and I watched a YouTube video on how to use OpenShot.
And so
that's how I learned to do it.
But yeah, it's real. It's like we film it and it's usually one take that we just do it.
Yep.
And then we may watch it and then she edits it and then it goes up frequently that night.
The worst case scenario is
like,
and we've had a couple videos where it did not work. Whatever we were doing failed. And eventually I'm like, okay, just shut off the camera. And then I'll work on it for a couple weeks, get it working, and then we'll film the ending. Like that's what happened with the Kim 1 replica.
Yeah.
Is the day that we built it together, it did not work. And it took me a while to get it working. So.
And you're pretty honest with that in your videos. Like you've mentioned with like doing some of the rocket stuff. And I think there was one of the robot things you did too, where you're kind of mentioning, well, that didn't work out the way it was planned originally. And then you kind of follow up.
We honesty is the best policy.
Plug this thing in.
Yep.
So one thing that we do like to do, I mean, we don't put like wow, this would be really boring to watch us not. We like to put in when things don't work. At least to some degree.
Yeah, some people like watching the failures more than they like watching.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I can't emphasize enough how this is not a how-to channel. Like this is what we did channel. Like if you're trying to use our stuff to figure out how to do something, you're probably going to be very sad. Excuse me while we plug in this thing, make sure it doesn't die. But it's more like this is what we did. This is us having fun doing it. This is the resources we used. So if you wanted to do it, but yeah, I mean, this is not a step by step. No.
No. Sorry, Ron, I cut you off there. Ron had a question too, I think.
Just what kind of camera do you guys wind up using? A couple of different ones.
It's
Webcam.
this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I mean,
It's a Sony.
No, I can't emphasize how unprofessional we are.
Yeah, if you ask me what kind of car I'm driving, I'd be like, it's a brand new Avis. Sorry. It's what came up when we Googled best camera for YouTube 2021, and it said go buy a Sony ZX, and Best Buy had it,
and
so we just went and got it.
And then we're like, now we have a channel.
That is the depths of our research. So we are not.
I got a ring light. I thought that was a big day.
We were so excited about the ring light, but we didn't put the camera in the middle of it because we don't know how to do it.
Yeah, no, but we just use it more like a key light.
Got some shout outs in the chat here for OpenShot too. 8-Bits in the Basement, Alan, who I think you guys have talked to before. James Jones, and he's using the Mac version as well. So yeah, a lot of fans of that. Apparently,
I find it's working. Yeah, absolutely.
It works just fine. And sometimes I'll be here for editing, sometimes I won't because it takes for a second. But I mean, yeah, it's usually, I mean, like we just do it.
Now, is editing a dual process, or is that more tailored? I'm trying to catch which way
that's me.
Yeah, because with that's not something you can really.
You can't sit over her shoulder and no, you got to put me back in there in that one spot.
God, it would take forever, and she does such a good job. I mean, there's no reason for me to try to make it better.
Sometimes when we don't have a ton of stuff to cut out, Amy will still be here while I start editing, and I think she's been here when I finished.
Yeah, there's been a couple that have been the whole thing, but yeah, I mean, it's great. I love it. Like the when she cut you did really funny stuff.
Well, that's the thing is we make ourselves laugh all the time. We think we're hilarious.
Yeah.
And we
weren't sure if anyone else would think we were funny.
Right. Amy can make me laugh with a look and does all the time. And so some of the times when we're doing the edits, it'll be something where what we're doing is not visually interesting, but the two of us have gotten off topic and we're just talking, and Amy will be like, "Oh my gosh, that was so funny," and I'll be like, "Yeah, it's cut."
It's true.
Sorry. Yeah.
Nobody else will get the joke.
Right.
Which is a good. Which, if I'm not here, it's good because then I forget completely. Like, there'll be some really funny thing. I'll just forget by then. I'll be like, oh, I won't have any idea what's going to come out.
So I've only got a few more questions that I had. One was, how often do you two get together to do this? Like, is this something you kind of schedule, like, or like I'm going to do it once or twice a week, or is this just something you just
every
kind of
other Wednesday?
Ish, yeah.
Ish.
Yeah, because my work schedule is such that I'm week on, week off. So during my week off, usually we'll get together at least a few times, maybe.
Okay. And then another one was what stuff, like you've obviously got some stuff you've kind of recorded already, probably you're editing or you're planning on releasing. What are your next couple episodes that you know of that are going to be out, just to kind of give viewers something to look forward to?
Yep. He's asking the hard question.
Well, the moon one, but that's very short.
We've got Moonshot. What a great question! I don't know the answer to. Some
you
of
can just
it's
make
gonna
something up,
depend
and that's
on
fine.
what shows up in the mail.
Just lie.
Truthfully, I've spent the last week focusing on. We're going to be on CoCoTALk more than our
That
own
was such
channel.
a waste of time. No,
Yeah, we don't plan for this show, so.
The coconuts didn't order themselves.
So I've never been on a podcast before. Have you?
No.
This is
So
a
you guys
moment
can
for
combine.
us.
You can combine some of your likes and have, a rocket launch from under the water, launched,
by a computer.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem.
And
That's
right,
the dream, is that
and have a
we are-
sketch around that, and
Yeah. What we like is really diverse. And so, I mean, we did worry a little bit like, well, our channel is going to be very all over the place, but
we also like
we
to
don't
dress up. So I
Yeah,
feel
you
like
guys
a
got
lot
the
of
theme with
people,
the ZX Spectrum stuff there.
Yes. And I feel like a lot of people don't take advantage of the cosplay opportunities in their hobbies. So
And you've been
we'll
doing it
probably
since
do
8th
more of
grade,
that.
so.
at least before.
Well, one thing we don't have a shortage of around here, and that's feature creep.
yeah, right.
It's what?
Yeah.
Feature creep.
Feature
Oh,
creep,
yeah.
If you document it, it's a feature.
Yes, and that's cool. That is so cool.
That's
A
so
channel about
funny.
everything instead of a show about nothing. It's a channel about everything. So
It
It's like the
kinda-
whole opposite of ours.
yeah.
So I don't know.
Well, that being said, our robot episodes videos are intensely unpopular compared to our retro computer ones. So we are kind of trying to do more of what people actually like, and what, we notice what video did we just post that got us more subscribers, and so let's try to do more of that. The robots and the rockets are really not well, and there's not nearly as many people who are into high power rocketry as are into retro computers, by a long shot. And so we're probably going to try to do more of that, because we don't love posting a video that gets 73 views. And then
Just a question.
we do a retro computer one and it gets like 800 in 4 days or something, and we're like, there's a big difference here.
But we'll still do stuff that we like, but we will probably focus more on the things that other people tend to also like.
Yeah. So I think if anything, we're gonna probably lean into the retro computing stuff. Maybe I can get the TI 9948 to turn on. I need a power supply. That's probably a good first step.
Power helps.
Sorry, Rick, you had a question there or a comment?
I was just wondering, high power rocketry, the third level, or what sort of altitudes and weights are involved at that?
Altitude it depends on your, to do high power rocketry, you have to have a waiver from the FAA. So the National Association of Rocketry Clubs in any given area will apply for an FAA waiver, and that's going to cap your altitude in terms of, but there are people who do, high power rocketry to the edge of space.
Right.
Yeah, you'd mentioned going for class 3, so that would be.
Well, yeah, because.
What are you going to be videoing as you shoot it up into the air?
Oh no! Let me just. Amy, show him the nose cone of the. No, I'll get that one. Okay, you get that. Okay.
The big one. I'll make the whole thing.
You're not gonna.
Are we gonna get a live demo launch here? Or?
This is the nose cone
Indoor rocketry.
Wow.
to our mid-power
Bad
rocket.
idea.
Welcome to the Rocketry channel.
Wow.
Sweet.
That's hard
Yeah,
on your
that's-
structures.
That's proper.
Well, it's missing its middle. That is 7 feet tall when it's fully assembled.
Oh my goodness.
Here's your baby.
Thank you. Okay. I mean, this is just the nose cone.
So it ain't your average Estes.
No, it's a little bit.
So you
And
can
again,
walk-
it's just right over here. You know, we didn't have to leave
Well,
the room.
I can't. It hits the ceiling if I try to assemble it in this room, so it lives in pieces. But
you could launch the neighbor's cat in that thing.
Yeah.
But we wouldn't.
But can anyone else in this panel
But you
just
said
reach
you
out a
did-
frame and bring a rocket in? That's what I want to know.
You said you didn't.
I love rocketry. I love high power rocketry. I love learning about NASA history. I'm a huge space buff. I wish I were more into astronomy, but my eyeballs aren't very good, so I'd rather look at Hubble pictures, really. But
Astrophotography. is
there
good.
just aren't a ton of us. I mean, of the people who are high power certified by the National Association of Rocketry, I think, hang on, this is knowable.
You can hook that Sony up to your.
Whatever.
Astro
Yeah, you just put like
It's
a
okay, we'll
GoPro,
wait.
put a
Keep going to
GoPro
the-
on your rocket and just get some.
Oh yeah. No, we already have rockets that have cameras.
Oh wow.
Is this where she
couple
hauls in the
already.
Saturn V booster, or what happens here?
Yeah, I don't think she's gotten a magazine out.
I was looking at how many people were
It's-
high power certified.
Yeah, high power certified is smaller.
Like, you have to pass tests for that, or do you just have to like kind of say that I won't
But yeah,
go
she
beyond this?
absolutely
or-
had to test for that, and you have to build things, and it, yeah.
Well, there's a guy that built a 25-foot Saturn V, wasn't there? You remember seeing that?
Oh man, when it's set with like a Saturn V over here.
Yes, I think I've seen that video. That's the Estes Saturn V. Did y'all do model rockets? Just the small ones you've done these?
I have
Did you
one.
say Saturn V?
I have one.
Because here is one.
Yeah.
So when you're doing model rockets, you're using motors that usually are A, B, or C. As far as the little letters, you know the cardboard ones.
Yeah.
Right.
Estes. Yeah, solid fuel.
Exactly. So each letter is roughly double the letter in before it, in terms of how much.
Thrust.
So high power, level 1 is H and I, just in the alphabet. Level 2 is JKL, and level 3 is MNO.
Wow.
Like OMG.
OMG, LOL, BBQ.
Right. Where F is about the limit of what any of us would ever see, right?
And G and F is sort of mid power, and that's what this one is, and that I wanted to do with Amy for the channel because she'd never done.
We did mid power.
Yeah, she'd never done mid power.
We've done the other stuff.
See, high power we can't do together because, I mean, if Amy wanted to get high power certified, that would be awesome. But
It would be me.
you have to do it by yourself. You can't do it collaboratively, which kind of makes it not as great for the channel. So
Taylor watches me do the thing.
one day. But there's only a few thousand people in this hobby. It's not anywhere near the retro computer,
retro console or anything else, yeah.
or right.
Now
Right.
you guys say you dress up sometimes for the stuff you do. So does the asbestos suit bother you when you're shooting the rocket?
Well, it's more like you've got I don't know. Like
I'm gonna
more
dress
like
up as-
patches.
Yeah, if
for
I
rockets.
if
stuff
I
like-
ever achieve
not quite
the level 3 launch that I hope for and plan for, I may do it in a full spacesuit.
There you go.
Yeah.
I don't know that much about the higher end rocketry. Do you have to go to certain places to launch them? Like, you're only allowed to launch them in a certain area that's designated?
Well, any given club, like in any given area is going to have a club, and they will have a place that they typically launch. A lot of times it's kind of a winter sport because a lot of the places that we launch are farmland because you just need a lot of open space, and so we get permission from the farmer to launch on his acreage because we're following the safety code and we're insured, and we can only do that when he's not planting or harvesting or growing. So it tends to be something you do in the winter. And then, he's got to use that field in the spring, and then he harvests at the end of summer, and then we're back out there in the fall kind of thing. Public parks are another, I think, our local club, we tend to launch at a public park. So, which is nice because it's pretty much a year-round availability. But again, you have to have
the waiver,
the FAA waiver, and so forth. So there's a lot of laws and stuff. And so when you do level 1, all you have to do is build a rocket, launch it on an H&I motor, and get it back intact so that you could theoretically launch it again. That's level 1. Level 2, there's a written test as well. And then you do the same thing. You launch a rocket and you successfully get it back.
So some people are using solid fuel. Have you thought about liquid fuel in the future?
There are, so sort of like with retro computers, where some people are really into software and some people are really into hardware. There are people that do their own fuel
mixture,
they're into propellants, and they'll try experimental propellants, and I don't know. I am not one of them. I want to purchase. I want to purchase a commercial engine or motor for anything I'm doing. I have no interest in doing. Yes. Thank you. No.
Feel like mixing your own gases for Steva.
It's the same, and there are people that are totally into that.
Yes.
That are into
I say this because it's a thing.
It's not our thing.
I'd assume the rules are quite different between those, or is it the same blanket rules regulating who can do that type of thing? Like to use a liquid
the level 3?
fuel.
Oh,
yeah, level 3, for example, for liquid fuel rocket type thing? Because I imagine that's more dangerous.
I don't know that liquid is allowed. I think people are.
That sounds explodey.
There are people that use some sort of sugar-based compound.
Can be explosive.
I don't know. Again, it's not an area that I'm totally interested in at all, so I haven't really gone down. I'm sure that there are rules and regulations and all sorts of things. For the type of propellant that we typically use, which is it's the same propellant that was in the shuttle solid rocket boosters. It's
the consistency of a rubber eraser, they say.
See, I haven't touched it.
We don't crack it open
because I just
Right. It's in this tube. It's guaranteed, and pounds of thrust come out of it.
Yeah,
right.
Safety tested.
Exactly.
But there's a lot of there's a lot of regulations just with any of the just the normal level 3. So I can't imagine
if you were into it.
Yeah. And they're very into safety and.
You guys should come on. You guys should come on your computer show with some black makeup on and said you were just finished shooting the rocket off.
Just tried the liquid fuel here.
Harry Potter character that always blows every time.
The Harry Potter reference. Oh
Yeah.
God. Yeah, but that's exactly the kind of thing we would do is make a joke out of something like that for sure. Like don't worry about that.
On the rocket launch, you did do the video on. Do you have any idea how high it went?
The altimeter did not 100% work on that.
They do have these gauges you can use when you see it go up, and then you hold it at the highest point, and then you look at.
You can just do trigonometry on it.
Yeah, you can just measure the angle.
You just get the angle and the distance. You can literally just straight up do trig. You don't need anything but trig tables.
But you do need to know how far you are from the launch pad.
Yeah, but we did not measure that.
Yeah.
Because if we had the angle and the distance from, then we know how high it went. We just didn't do that.
2,500 feet or something.
Less, probably more like 1,100.
Okay.
I like to build rockets that go low and slow because I want to get them back.
You can find them.
So there are rocket kits, and we have one where it's like you can go mile high with a G motor with this, skinny, really super aerodynamic rocket.
It's over here.
And it's like, okay, maybe that would be cool. I'll never see it again. But I like big, chunky rockets, so I'm going to overbuild it. If there is an opportunity to put epoxy on it, I am going to.
Chunky here. He's not little.
Yeah, but he's not going to go very high, even with a huge motor, because he's enormous and heavy. And there are people that do altitude, like that's what they want, is they want to get up to, 50,000 feet, and they build for that.
We build to find it.
So I guess kind of an off-the-wall question here. Now that we've actually started getting commercial space flights going from a couple of companies, and eventually prices will come down, is actually going into space something that the two of you would be interested in doing at some point in the future?
Oh hell yeah!
Absolutely.
That would make a good video.
No hesitation at all.
Yeah, no, that'd be great.
I'm-
For the content.
Yeah, we're doing it for the channel.
The content.
Sign me up.
Like, sorry, honey, I had to buy this ticket for the content.
For the content.
Don't mind the 100,000 missing from our retirement savings.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
We got into
We might
space.
get like 1,000 views.
It's a legitimate business expense.
Yeah, you write it off.
15 new subscribers.
I know. Everything's awesome. Us and William Shatner. William Shatner, we followed him into
Yeah, when he went
space
up,
on Steer Trek. So we must.
Why would we not? Yeah.
It's just the theme.
No, I would do it in a heartbeat. If I could, I don't know that they'd let me.
Do it.
But why would you think that?
Oh, just because I'm not like physically fit. Like, I don't know if there's some sort of test, like if you have to run a mile or something.
Well,
Like,
you
I
didn't
feel
see
like
Shatner when he went to space, right?
William Shatner.
Yeah, William
Never mind.
Shatner.
Physically fit.
Okay. Like, I thought you could like.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah.
She has a little bit of motion sickness. That's what I thought you were referring to.
That's
true.
true.
Meclizine and
You see, that would kill me. Like, I would love to do it, but I have terrible motion
Hopefully,
sickness, so
hopefully
I
you don't
think I
suffer from vertigo either, right? So
They don't land in the ocean anymore, so you don't have to swim.
Well, we have a joke, like when we go scuba diving, a lot of times I will, get sick on the boat, and I just add it to my pre-dive check. If I got my gear, if I got my weights, if I got my regulator, have I thrown up yet? Okay, we can go.
We're
Just
good.
became expected, but yeah, that would be terrible in space.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe there's some sort of like fair ride they put you on, and if you don't throw up during that, they'll let you ride the rocket. I don't know.
Well, if you've seen the documentary on Netflix, they did for one of those, I think it was SpaceX's. They actually had them when they put you in the spin thing to check, and they actually did have some of the people that went to space throw up on it. So apparently that's okay. They do have
doesn't
pills
matter.
and stuff that
Those
will
are good.
really help. So
We're good.
You're gonna throw up.
I'm in.
that's awesome.
Rocket buddy in the middle here. But that would be awesome. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
We would absolutely take the camera. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'd have to go together.
Oh, we'd have to go together. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's an expensive expense you're going to have then.
Yeah, I can't. It's not gonna happen.
We're waiting for it to get cheaper.
Yeah.
Any day now.
Right. Ticket to space, $2.15. Oh.
That's all the questions I had. You guys released a new CoCo video, just to bring it back on topic for the show a little bit, just yesterday, and you have some more future plans, and you've obviously got other retro stuff that you're waiting for parts to get in. And you guys do a lot of, like, the variety is what actually was one of the charms of the channel, I think, to me. I know you guys have mentioned that, like, the rocket stuff doesn't get viewed as often, but to be honest, I went and watched the retro stuff, and I started, oh, look at all this other stuff here, and I started watching those, so maybe it's a slow burn for some of those things. Maybe they'll start to pick up.
That may be the case. So we sort of bring people in.
Yep.
We did just get started, so
right. You hook them with retro computers, and then
then you sneak in the monster board.
Slowly make them fans of robotics.
Looks like we
And
might
you're
have
getting
a
into
question,
like slit experiments and stuff like that.
Right.
Yep.
Your biggest fan has a question. OG Hugo.
Oh yeah,
so
because
Hugo,
we cannot see the chat. So
Hugo, let us know what your question is. So we're gonna get some questions from the live audience too. Anybody else on
Was
the
there
panel?
any questions I missed? I haven't been able to monitor the chat as much as I was.
yeah, we have 12. Yeah, sorry, chat. We have not. We can't really see you.
One of the questions earlier from Tim Gilbert says, "Are you watching Curious Mark's restoration of the Apollo radio system?"
I've seen it. I plan to. I have not yet had
Okay.
time to click on it.
She will. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Good
here's
reference.
the question from your biggest fan, OG Hugo. Do either of them have we're going to stay away from asking personal life questions. So it was about significant others. So, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Sorry.
we're married.
Sorry, internet,
not
we're
to each
taken.
other.
What about the panel? We have any questions on the panel about the various hobbies? I know Ron Devoe's definitely into the rockets and the astronomy stuff.
I definitely have a question.
Oh, Jason Reichert.
Have any of your let's call them antics ever attracted the the attention of the fire department or law enforcement or anything like that?
Not yet. Shockingly, no.
No cannonballs in the neighbors' houses or anything.
Whether they hit a record or not is probably personal information.
No. Well, I mean, we're actually pretty rural follow-y,
safety first.
Safety kind of people. So we're not gonna get it. Yeah, like we will check with the FAA before we.
Where you launch a rocket somewhere.
Taylor, that Sony camera will fit on your Astroscan, and you can take pictures with that, and they would work very well. You can learn how to do that. There's an adapter.
We're giving her thoughts.
I bought this really nice camera. I'm going to stick it in a rocket, shoot it up 20,000 feet, and then hopefully I'll find it again.
Oh no! We've got the little cameras that we have for the rockets.
Yeah,
we actually do have that.
There's a question.
Do you have
from...
any pictures that you could show us? Maybe on your website or something? Or, a picture of you looking up while the rocket's looking down at you?
Oh,
I think the short answer to that is no. Not right now.
We did.
Maybe.
Not super accessible, but okay. What I'm hearing is interest, so we can. I think we should launch this again with a camera on it and with the GPS on it so that we can make sure that's working.
Yeah.
Because we're definitely going to need a GPS if we ever build and launch the one that's supposed to go mile high.
Yeah.
Because we will never see it that far. We will have lost it visually and we will have to find it with GPS.
Yeah,
so
which will be a whole thing.
So we'll do it. We'll do more rocket stuff.
Okay.
Don't they have motors that give you a lot of smoke so you can track them? Or are these going way up higher than that?
It's too high. There usually is a puff when they open up, but
it's gonna
if it's going to go 5,000 feet, you're going to lose it at
That's a mile.
3,000.
Yeah.
And it's got to float all the way down. So, yeah, GPS and a pie for the win.
That's the problem. Yeah, if you have a windless day, it's one thing, but...
Yeah, because actually, another comment, Worldwide Retro was saying, have you ever thought of using a drone to track the rocket and help recover? Most drones these days have a pretty good cam and range.
Yeah, we don't have a drone, so if someone wants to give us one,
but
I
actually,
appreciate that.
There's a so when I did my level 2 launch with that big rocket, I used I just pointed the wrong way. that rocket. When I did my level 2 with that rocket, there was a person, it was a club launch, and there was a guy out there who had a drone and he was flying it. So I did get some cool footage of my rocket like going
just
from the air.
From up on high, watching it come up as opposed to.
People do. If you get onto the Rocketry message boards, a lot of people are using drones to find their rockets because like cornfields and soybeans and they just eat a rocket and it's just gone.
There's probably an FCC rule against flying drones when there's a rocket launch.
Well, a drone's
it's all a matter of distance and for safety.
I mean, I think the way it is like they'll literally do, because I also have flown planes. They'll do.
There's another question from the chat actually.
Yeah, aviation.
Have you done any aviation endeavors?
Yeah, I have soloed a plane. But they'll do like a notice to airmen, and they'll usually, when you file a flight plan, they're gonna tell you that kind of stuff, and there'll be areas blocked off that you'll know about beforehand that you just avoid if you are flying a plane, because they're gonna tell you about it.
We also check every part of the sky before we hit the button to make sure there's no aircraft.
Oops.
So both sides are paying attention to that.
Yes,
because we have to share airspace.
Yes.
And do you have to worry about like birds flying around and stuff too that just spontaneously show up, or like, is that a concern?
It'd
Or
be
do you just-
like really unlucky to hit a bird. Like that's a
Yeah.
pretty small target.
It's real loud too.
They usually don't like
so
it.
they're not gonna
scare
love
them
that.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because all air travel is horizontal except rockets. So there's the weird intersection there.
Well, but yeah,
There's a lot of altitude
Well,
involved.
there's the climbing.
It's
Yeah.
pretty three-dimensional.
Well, yeah, but everything's going horizontal. Birds, planes.
Once you get
Only
to altitude,
rockets are vertical.
Yeah.
Only rockets are vertical.
yeah, the predominance of their motion is vertical, whereas the predominance of other things is horizontal.
So you got to aim at them.
yeah, exactly. You have to really hate that bird, and that bird has to have a high tolerance for loud rocket sounds.
Yeah.
But you know,
So
the
I'd be-
purpose of planes and birds is to go from one point on the other to the surface, whereas, you know, rockets are trying to get into outer space. So, yeah, of course they go different directions.
We have a question from Mark Segal, who's one of the higher ups at Tandy back in the day. And he says, "Do either of you have a amateur radio license?"
I do.
I'm telling you, one of us is
gonna have everything.
So I'm like, have I sold a plane? Yes. Does she? Yes.
Hey,
Okay,
can I say we fax yet?
I'm surprised you haven't said we fax yet, Ron, at least 3 times.
Let me just tell you briefly. Okay, so my ham story is as follows. My grandfather had a ham radio shack in his backyard. Like, he was hugely into it. He was an engineer.
A literal radio shack.
And he like picked up Sputnik live back in the day. He passed away in the 80s. And at some point many years ago, I discovered that you could request the handle of a relative who had passed away. And I thought that would be great. I really suddenly wanted to get his old call sign assigned to me. So I downloaded the book you have to study, and I studied, and I took the test. I actually took the first one and the second one, and I got my license, and I then applied for his call sign, and I got it.
Nice.
I do not own a ham radio. I have his call sign. That was what was
Good if you
important
had
to me.
one.
Yeah.
That's cool.
You sort of see a theme. It's
Yeah, so it was I don't know. It was something I did out of missing my granddad.
That is neat.
But, you know,
It's
but
as a
hey, I have
tribute.
it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so one
That-
day. And there are rocket things that you have to have a ham license to use the specific bands for, like finding your rocket. So
you got
maybe it'll come in handy.
That was
For
going to
that.
be that was going to be my next question. Have you considered using amateur radio for rocket telemetry?
I've looked at it, and I may in the future. I have not yet, but I've definitely read about it because I know people do.
There's so many things.
And you know, there's basically virtual radios you can get now, software defined radios where you can run it all in software, so you don't have to have the physical stuff. But in a way, that's kind of like running an emulator, and that might not be. That doesn't seem like you, right? You like the real things where you can put a soldering
Well,
iron to it, right?
Right. I want a ham radio with vacuum tubes.
Yeah.
I mean, he does. But it's sort of like, it depends on the goal. Like, what are we trying to accomplish?
Right.
And we will
Vacuum
do
tubes. Yeah.
what we need to do to accomplish that. If it's
yeah,
like we want to
it's-
play with cool vacuum tubes, then that's what we need.
That's
But
better
if we wanna do
content for the channel,
telemetry,
right? So
Oh, everything is the content now.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, we're like, it's for the content.
awesome.
Yeah, I mean, vacuum tubes. Like I play guitar, and like one of my amps is a tube-based amp because it has this warmer sound. So you want that instead of the transistor-based one. So I still have to go buy tubes that are barely made anymore, and sometimes you have to import them from Europe or something. That's the only place that makes them. So
vacuum tubes like those.
I've known you could get those.
Yeah, really. That'd be hard.
If you're holding
Yeah,
some
but
up, Mark, I can't see it. Hold on.
No, it's the whole shelf. That's a vacuum tube receiver.
Right?
Let me
Nice.
co-spotlight you real quick so somebody else can see that. Okay, vacuum tube receiver in the background there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, on the shelf.
Living the dream.
So Lafayette.
Lafayette.
Yeah,
we've got a few people in the CoCo community that are hams. So if you do get into that and you have any
we got Brian the Music Man Shoebring. Let me put him up
Speaking of a ham in the CoCo community.
Yeah, there's Brian. He's holding up his call sign there.
Yeah, there's some tubes there.
Oh, there's his tube.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mine are downstairs. I can't get to them too quick. So,
Brian, I thought you had your tubes tied.
Hey, I think you're on the wrong channel,
okay.
buddy.
All right. Okay.
Welcome to the channel, Amy. Are you
sorry.
coming to the CoCo Fest?
I don't know. Look into it.
Yeah.
I'll be there.
Just remember, what happens at CoCo Fest stays at CoCo Fest, right?
And if you want to launch a rocket from a parking lot of a mall, feel free. I'd love to film that too. So.
Well, this
might attract the police.
The one that we just had, Jim Brain had this Tesla coil thing, where it's making all the sparks and it's like playing music to the different frequencies and stuff. So they're playing music on the Tesla coil. It was really cool. So kind of geeky, sciencey type thing. So
yeah. A few years back at a CoCo Fest, Dennis Bathory Kitts is an actual composer by trade. He actually made an ambient room, and it would register where people with sensors in the room, and it would play tones based on that. So the tones just flowed with whoever wandered in and went to what area of the room and stuff. It was a pretty cool demo. So.
Oh, that's really cool.
I do like the idea of the rockets at CoCo Fest because we're a half mile from O'Hare.
Yeah, I was thinking that was probably a bad idea.
Well, that's where that vertical and horizontal intersecting type thing might come into play, right? So
well, airspace is like an upside down wedding cake, so it kind of
you can have all in layers.
Airspace may be over. The black helicopters might show up.
Have you thought of ever launching like a CubeSat? Like I know there's some private things that have done that. Have you guys thought about that at all?
Yeah. As soon as I win the lottery, that's the first thing I'm doing.
Would that be before or after the personal space flight, though?
After.
Or you're probably stuck with the chips because you're not going to get hardened chips for that.
No, I'm gonna have to use what's on hand, which is a whole lot of 6502 chips and the 6809, and we build the CubeSat with that.
Maybe pull some RF shielding from an old Tandy 1000 if you need to. So
it's already been repurposed.
It already has scorch marks on it and everything.
Pulled off our rocket launcher.
It's combat tested.
Yeah, it worked great. It really did. It worked really well. We don't have it up here. So
the CoCo one, I'm afraid, would not have worked because this is cardboard.
Yeah, it is.
Right. Yeah. But the Tandy 1000 was a solid piece of metal.
CoCo 1 had a piece of metal over their memory chips.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. The CoCo 1 might have had an actual.
It was
metal
small
one,
though. There was a real small RF cam that RF shield that covered a part of the motherboard, but not the whole thing. Yeah.
That was for RF interference back in the day from the FCC.
Yeah.
So.
Right. That was to keep the CoCo in, not to keep other stuff out.
Right.
Trying to Faraday cage itself, basically.
Cool.
I love a good Faraday cage.
Do we have any more questions? I'm not trying to cut it off. I just want to make sure we're not missing anything here. Any more questions from the panel?
It's funny how people that have this interest tend to have these accrued interest.
It's
big Venn diagram. There's a lot of stuff in the middle here.
It was like 2 weeks ago. Jason and I were at a hamcation, and I'm not an amateur radio person either, but it's cool stuff to geek out on. And you see all this analog tech and coax cables, and they had the tubes. You could buy the tubes there. They had tube testers there you could get and stuff. So
no one here would be building tube projects.
So
I think if you just ask in the general, if you just walk outside and ask in the general population, you wouldn't find this high percentage of people that are like, yeah, I have my ham radio license.
Right.
They're like,
cool stuff.
I just borrow Taylor's.
I don't know. Go ahead. Sorry, Chris. Go ahead, Nick.
I was just going to say, I don't see any other questions. I was wondering, did you two have any questions for us, the CoCo community, like, for anything that you guys wanted to do on the CoCo or something, or have a question about?
Well, no, the big question I had, you answered in the comments because I was looking for that robot battle manual, and I appreciate you for posting that link because I definitely want to learn to do that. But we know where to find you.
Once again, we're sorry.
If we have more questions.
I'm in the Discord now.
Oh, excellent. I was going to say, if you join our Discord, you know.
I'm in the Discord now.
Okay.
So I'm in
Mash
there
that
as
notification bell.
yeah. I'm in there as Fractal, so.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. So yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we if we can make money, we can do better stuff. Right now, this does not make money. Obviously.
I will mention on your behalf, Amy, too, we do have some math geeks in our Discord, too. James Jones, who's actually in the chat, is one as well. So
nice.
You'll find some Venn diagram matches there, too, as far as common interest.
Yep. That's about right. Yeah, I've got a math degree.
Yes.
I do.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't either. Not even close.
Yeah, we have a lot of science.
We know that, Curtis.
Oh, there's
Thanks,
David.
Dave.
Yeah.
David Ladd, do you have any questions?
Ooh.
Nothing like the real thing there.
That's real David Ladd, not a David Ladd impersonation.
Hey.
Taylor, do you have a shortwave radio?
I have a kit. I haven't built it yet.
It needs to be built.
Almost there.
That sounds like a future episode to me.
Is that your backdoor way of asking a WeFax question, Ron?
Well, it was going to be, but if she doesn't have a radio, there's needless to say anything.
Not yet.
Well, that's okay. She could get a software-defined radio.
Okay, say you get one. You can, if you have a cable like this, it's a three little hickeys on there.
Cable.
Let's see
where. Oh, that's for the cassettes, the 3 cassette leads.
Yeah, you hook it up to your CoCo and into your shortwave radio, and you can receive fax from the weather channels out there.
Oh,
weather maps.
That's the dream.
Yep.
That is the dream.
120 lines per second, or per minute, I should say. Takes a while.
Like,
10 minutes. Yeah. You get a frame, and it shows the weather map.
Oh, it's like the weather map, so it's not like weather briefing for pilots.
No, used to do that 30, 40 years ago, and they're still broadcasting.
Wow,
so
nice.
It's pretty interesting.
Why stop?
Yeah.
I mean,
like Moran.
Something to
Yeah,
do.
because it gives you like atmospheric pressure and wind fronts and stuff like that on
front
the
line.
too.
Yeah, the front.
Current weather.
There's another question in the live chat from Protein Thread saying, I have a question. Have you guys ever built a crystal radio set?
Yes, I had the Radio Shack kit.
Woohoo! P-Box.
So the one that you showed last week, I think that you got at the Hamfest, that was the AM FM one.
Yeah.
I had that one, but then I also had a crystal radio one. It was in a smaller box, but it was the Radio Shack brand. And it came with a little earpiece, and I built it. That was as a child.
Yeah.
I did that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely, like the stuff we're doing here, back in the day, there was a different lab at her house in the basement, and we would go buy the little robots at Radio Shack and the little kits and the normal crystal growing kits and go do science in the basement.
Pretend we were mad scientists.
And now you no longer pretend.
Yeah, I was mad.
Did you have the Armatron, the Radio Shack Armatron robot arm too? Then the one that actually some people had hooked up to the CoCo to program it so you could control it from the CoCo, or
I can't even imagine controlling my CoCo. We have a robot arm, but it is not a Radio Shack brand. I know which one you're talking about though. I've seen that. I don't have one. I've been burned on robot arms.
Yes, our stupid robot arms.
You attempted to watch that video. See, this was early in my editing process when I didn't realize that nobody wants to see the part where we're frustrated with it and not getting it to work. And so it is hours of tedium. And I'm abandoning that robot arm.
But you bought it with tickets at an
arcade.
With skee-ball tickets.
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
That's how you know it's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a sign of quality there.
Yeah. At least you didn't have to get it with the claw machine, right? So.
That's like an Inception arm thing. I'm getting an arm.
That'd be a lot.
I must get it.
Use the claw arm to get the claw arm.
This one doesn't control for crap either.
Yeah. This one also doesn't work.
Oh, I dropped it.
Yep, so the tickets.
Give me another token.
Have you ever watched the Robot Wars and stuff they have like on I think it's NASA TV, where they have a bunch of people build robots to fight each other?
On
Oh,
NASA.
absolutely! I watched
it on.
What was it called?
Comedy Central, like Robot Wars and all that stuff.
There's like BattleBots and Robot Wars.
Yeah,
There's
the
like
two.
There's one's British. I've watched all of those.
Yes, it's been a while. I haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah, and honestly, the joy wears off for me. I have no interest in building a robot that is going to A, get destroyed, or B, destroy someone else's robot. It's like, why can't we all get along? I would rather watch robots.
They do have some that take balls and put them in baskets or something, you know. They have those too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Odyssey of the Mind was us using a robot to solve a problem. So, like, that's what we want. But
I want to build Lieutenant Commander Data.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, there you go.
For the channel.
You can use your soldering iron and its positronic brain. So, boom, there you go.
I don't have to.
You don't even have to. Excellent.
Do you guys know what your next episode is going to be? Like, you just released the second CoCo one. Do you know what your next show is going to be on?
We
got a
shot.
Right. We'll post the next one that goes up will be that short astronomy one, but I do not. Depends on what comes in the mail.
If we have inspired you, make sure you leave a little note at the bottom. CoCoTALK did it.
Oh, absolutely.
We're on our advertising, man. And,
we're cross promoting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Definitely.
I think you'll have a bigger audience than we do.
Probably not for long.
Right.
My mom and her friends.
I know. I think you guys had over 160 subscribers last time I checked, so you're getting.
We did. And let me tell you, like, we're to the point. We still we'll text each other.
We got one more. We got one more. We got one more.
If you don't think we're not excited about each
Every
person,
single one is a little burst of dopamine.
Yeah,
and it makes us so happy.
Yeah, I'll be like, are there any more because the comments notifications go to Taylor, so I'll be like, are there any more comments?
And be like, new comment on CoCo.
So I don't know. If
new comment on Spectrum.
Ever get enough people where we would not be like that, but it's really fun.
It's been great.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm glad we found you, and I'm glad you guys came on the show. It's been a lot of fun. You guys are definitely entertaining to watch. Just talking.
We are also glad you found us. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we really appreciate it.
Taylor's like, there's some sort of podcast talking about this.
Yeah.
She Googled it.
Well, because in your so on the episode, you talk about our channel and you talk about the one CoCo video that we had done, and you said, I've invited them to come on the channel. I have no idea. We did not see that invitation. Like, we could not find it, but we heard you say that, and that's why it was like 2 months later when we emailed you, because we had
accidentally found it by Google.
Right.
I wonder, so like I've had a problem on YouTube with a couple of people now where I've sent something and it looks like it went through as a comment, and then I go back to check to see if there's a response.
Well,
what other responses have happened, and all of a sudden it's not there.
Curtis,
like, I don't know what.
Curtis, you put links in those?
Yeah, I might have. Why?
Yeah, because what happens? I notice when I go to look at comments, then it says held for potentially held or whatever, and they don't show up in the normal comments. So I've seen that too, where there's comments that were hidden because there was a link and I had to approve the comment before I could see it, and I miss those too sometimes.
Oh, and I don't think we have. So I don't know how you try, but
yeah, I don't know. So the first that we knew that you had invited us on the show was listening to the show and hearing you say, well, I've invited them on. I'm like, has he? Really? We must email him.
We're the last to know.
Right. So, and thank you. It's been awesome.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, are you guys able to hang out for the rest of the show too? Because we got more segments to cover, but you're welcome to hang out as long as you can and add more color commentary. But I think Brian Schubring, you're also you had a question too, Brian the Music Man?
Yes, I did. You mentioned world domination. Who's Pinky?
Mm-hmm. I'll be Pinky. You can be the Brian.
Oh, I do a better Pinky impression now.
I don't know. Well, it depends on the day.
What are we going to do tonight, Brian?
Same thing do we ever do tonight.
Conquer the world.
So Brian is into MIDI, where he hooks up keyboards to the CoCos, and he's the music man. So during our CoCo Fest, he's got a whole bunch of keyboards hooked up, and he's playing MIDI songs and the national anthems.
We've got the CoCo song
music
that we're working on.
Yeah.
Hope I hear some stuff.
There he goes. Oh.
So give us the old. I know. Well, now kids use their phone.
There we go. So that's a little something from Brian the Music Man there. So yeah, he combines the CoCo hobby with vintage keyboards and MIDI and all that kind of stuff like that too. So yeah.
And he opens up CoCo Fest every year by playing national anthems for Canada and the United States, and then any other countries that happen to be visiting if we have the.
Yeah, it's cool stuff.
That's awesome.
When you guys sing, you should have a computer accompany you.
I was thinking that.
You're not wrong.
I
think a lot of your retro machines actually support multi-voice channel music. The CoCo does, the C64 does, and stuff.
I've got a C64 that's got a couple SID chips in it too.
You're on to something there.
Remember CoCoTALK at the bottom of the screen.
Product placement, right? So
just send us ideas.
All right, well, Ron Deveau, I feel like you need a potty break, Ron.
Yeah, it's about that time.
All right, so we're going to take a commercial break. We always measure when we need to take a commercial break by when Ron's bladder has reached maximum capacity. So, so we're going to take a commercial break, and then we'll come back. We're going to talk about our game of the week. And Taylor and Amy, you're welcome to hang out with us as long as you can. If you got to go, we get it too. But thank you. I'm going to put in the live chat one more time the link to your YouTube channel. So guys, make sure you go to the YouTube channel. Make sure you smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, share with your friends, tell your kids, your grandkids, tell everybody about it. Get excited.
And because I want to see more rocket launches, go to those videos and just like the crap
like
out of them,
like the rocket videos, like the rocket videos.
We're paying attention.
Yes, and so they need their dopamine fix. So hit those buttons.
Yes.
And
we follow the dopamine, so my brain the good chemicals.
Lord have mercy. All right, so when we come back, Ken Waters, are you going to be ready to talk about the game we played this week?
I'm absolutely going to be ready.
Are you excited to talk about this week's game, Ken Waters?
Oh, yes.
We just got Ken to do a David Ladd impersonation. Now, that is awesome.
That's the Canadian David Ladd, I think.
Wow. I do not know what to say. It's like more and more people are trying to imitate me. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
Sarah even does one now. So.
Well, we'll be back after these words, boys and girls. And thank you, Taylor and Amy. Hang out if you can.
Thank you.
Hi, Retro Tech Heads. Data Soup here. You're watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and proudly Patreon sponsored by RetroTechTime.com.
CoCoTALK would like to thank the patrons who sponsor our program, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Alan Huffman, Alan Murphy, B. Rye FPV, Blair Ledoux, Bowden Aaron, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Karen Anscombe, D. Bruce Moore, Daniel Williams, Diego, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, Ken Reichert, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Retro Tech Time, Rick Hewlin, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tim Thayer, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom Heron, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you ever so much, patrons.
CoCoTALK is brought to you in part by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex. We think it works, so will you.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
Oh, I remember that Christmas. Dad gave me my first shortwave radio from Radio Shack. What memories. This Christmas, we got our son's Color Computer 3 from Radio Shack. It hooks right up to our TV and was on sale for less than $130. The Color Computer 3 makes learning fun. Jimmy even lets me use it for word process when he isn't playing computer games. Lucky I still got my shortwave.
Save $70 on the sale-priced Color Computer 3, only at Radio Shack.
Hey, this is Bruce Moore, author of Force of Doom, and you're watching the original gamer, Stevie Stroh.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
This is Ken Reichert, author of Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
And you're experiencing CoCoTALK?
Just when you thought it was safe to go back to CoCo Fest. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
CoCo Fest. Still low resolution, still digital to analog converted sound. More machine language. And basic. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Now includes the power of Terry to clear the road ahead. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Available as a DVD-ROM with all my past games as an alleged bonus, including my unreleased 4th Rainbow Adventure Contest entry. Unreleased for a reason. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Get your physical or digital copy at cancanmakeit.com. Now you've really paid too much.
Make marionettes on electricity.
Crikey! Electricity's a fad. The biggest market is with open flame.
Brought to you by Nitrous 9, Ease of Use Edition. Hashtag OS9 Forever.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. What if, knowing what you know now, you could go back in time, join the Tandy Corporation, and change the course of history? Or would you just go back to a burger chef before they're gone?
High Score Challenge with Nick Marotta.
Welcome everybody to the results of the CoCoTALK Game On Challenge of the Week, where we played Star Raiders. This week we had a total of... Ooh, that's not very readable. That's a bad palette. Just a second, I'll fix that. Oh, that's better, but still... I think I can do better than that. There we go. That's better. We had a total of 14 players. We had Mark B with 2,300.
He fixed his palette.
Damon Beals with 3,150. OG Stevie Stroh, 3,600.
Came in at number 12.
David Craker, 3,650. Mr. Dave 6309, 5,760. Timbicus, 6,100. Canadian Retro Things, 8,170. Sloopy Malibu, 10,410. Brian Walsh, 10,450. L. Curtis Boyle, 15,650. Rich N, 19,260. Jim Rye, 20,220. Buck Owens,
Buck's not in first place.
28,760. And the number one score this week was...
Wait for it.
Tasman Scott Cooper with 45,310. thanks everybody that played, and we will see you next week.
All right, Tasman, bringing it in. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah, pretty good. So, yeah, we played that this week, and as usual, we discovered ways to break the game. I didn't find any reviews of it, so I can't say anything there, but let's see. Here we have Buck Owens showing what happens when you get too many rows of the
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Side.
So is that like the kill screen in Pac-Man where it just
kind of?
Yeah, it just some of the guys hang up at the end, and the mass.
Oh, and they're not moving. They're just
screen.
bombing from that one spot.
Yeah, and you also see that the other ones don't go near as far. They just go about halfway
Wow.
across the screen.
Wow. And when we had Brian on, we asked him, we go, what would happen if it fills up? He's like, I don't know. He's like, I never really. Wow. So now we know.
Although in Discord, Nick Marentes did have a really good suggestion that a well-designed trash can at the side to put all the aliens in would have worked wonders for this.
Full of broad ideas.
Oh my god! Look how many freaking UFOs. He's got two rows and a third one started.
Yeah. So as soon as you get that third one up there, it starts interfering with the game.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Which I have to honestly say, even playing it back in the day, I never got to the point where I'd get even close to that. So that was.
I think I had like 3 stacked up. Not 3 rows, just 3 UFOs.
Of course, I think part of that is going for a high score. You get obviously a lot more points for shooting the motherships. So.
Yeah, and unlike the original Space Invaders, if you shoot the mothership, like you hit it, it gets wounded and it goes across to go down the side of the screen. But if you keep hitting it, you get more and more bonus points.
Yeah.
And I think Buck said he got up to what on one of the ships?
Up to 900.
Yeah, so you can, if you're really good at timing your shots there and you kill them on, or shoot them initially on the left-hand side, so you have the whole width of the screen to do it, you can actually get some pretty racked up scores for that.
Yeah. I'm assuming that's possibly something Tasman did.
Yeah, probably.
And we did play it on a pretty slow level, but for starting it out. So
now you and a few others tried the double speed poke.
Yeah, we did try the double speed poke, and it became a lot more playable.
I think the complaint was the lag from the time you hold the fire button down to when the shot actually leaves the cannon. But the high speed poke seemed to help with that.
See if I can find some.
Actually, because I don't know if Taylor and Amy even know about this, but even the CoCo 1 and 2, the CoCo 3 has a full double speed poke. The CoCo 1 and 2 has a double speed poke that will speed up any ROM routines like basic. So if you type in a program in the CoCo and you want it to run a lot faster, there's a single poke you can do that'll bump the clock speed up to 1.78 megahertz instead of 0.95.
I've read about that. I've not tried it, but I knew that it existed. In other news, I determined that your episode number 251 is prime.
It's a prime number.
Cool. It's a prime number, yeah.
All right.
So, and we don't have this, but we have this.
That's how I like my steak too.
Yeah.
And my rib,
although it
prime
doesn't
rib,
work.
space assault. Oh, it doesn't work?
Yeah, that's the one you guys plugged in, like you did the eraser trick to clean the contacts off.
The other one's the only one it didn't work on, but it may just need more.
Have you tried deoxit on the contacts too?
We have tried very little.
That's the next step.
Yeah. that's the extent of my electrical advice I can give anybody is put some deoxit on it. If that doesn't work, I don't know what else to tell you. So
yeah, I stopped earlier. My electrical advice stopped at use an eraser.
So, were there some cartridges that required extended basic?
No.
Okay.
Space Assault. The Space Assault cartridge only requires a 4K CoCo with nothing else but joysticks. That's all it required.
But Tetris does require 32K.
Yeah, some will have RAM requirements, but none of them have a basic ROM requirement because they're all written in assembly.
Yeah.
Does this game, when you start every level, do the levels start slightly lower than the previous?
Yes, they do lower as you go on.
Yeah. In higher levels, they do, yes.
Yeah.
In high,
I think the first couple is the same level, and then they come down a road.
Yeah, because when we were doing the live group play, we saw some people starting where they were right above the bunkers, right above your bases there. Especially if you did it on expert. Matter of fact, I think somebody tried it on expert with the double speed poke, and that was just insane. It was
yes, I did try that. It was
the bombs were just like falling like crazy.
Yeah, like a 5-second game.
Yeah.
Ludicrous speed, go!
It was an excellent test of the player dying routines. That's what it was.
Yes. The player dying routine works great. I can attest to that.
Yeah, I'm usually brought in and towards the end of game development to test the game over screen, right? To make sure I can reach that, right?
On the whole, aside from the bug when you Pac-Man it and get too many dead ships on the side of the screen, though, it's actually one of the closer clones on the CoCo. Space Assault, if you guys do get that cartridge working, I'll give you a bit of a warning. It requires analog sticks. If you use a Switch-based joystick adapted to the CoCo, it doesn't work because it actually makes the position of your ship on the bottom, the literal position 0 to 63 of where the joystick is. You can instantly move like from one side to the other. That takes some getting used to.
So we have tips and tricks for the game. Don't die would be one of them.
Tips and tricks, yeah, definitely don't die.
If you're going for points, try to shoot the aliens on the left side of the screen or the far side so that they have to travel all the way across. You have more opportunities to shoot them for bonus points.
And probably the best thing to do is just to shoot a little hole through one of your shields and just pick them off that way.
Yeah. I use the same strategy I use in the actual arcade game. You shoot a vertical row because
just clean off a row at a time.
Further before they go down a row, so you can keep short or lengthening how much time you have before they come down a row. If you shoot like a bottom row, they just that's the wave just bounces back and forth faster.
You want to take a whole column or whole whatever
time.
Row, whatever vertical. The vertical, not the horizontal, right? That thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like planes and rockets.
Yeah, planes and rockets. Avoid those intersections there.
This is a game that doesn't really require artifacting, so any of our Dragon Pal friends there in the UK, etc., aside from the dead, saucers on the side, that's the only color really in the game that's intentional, and it just looks like kind of a grayed out vertical line striped version on a Pal. But basically, the rest of the Invaders game looks just the same as we're seeing here. Yeah, and this was sold as a microdeal game for the Dragon and the CoCo's in the UK. So.
This would probably be the best Space Invaders on the CoCo 1 and 2.
There's one other one called Super Vaders. I think it was actually a Team D. It plays sideways. It's the one jarring part. Your ship goes up and down the left-hand side, but it's got a bazillion options you can pick from. Like it's almost as customizable as the Atari 2600 version.
What's the one What's the one where the characters look almost exactly like the Atari 2600 version?
That's the Color Invaders by Computerware from 1981, one of the very first third-party games ever made, actually.
Yeah, it seemed like this was a necessary game on any 8-bit platform. You had to have the Space Invaders clone. It was a necessary. Like Space Invaders had to be done. Pac-Man had to be done. Centipede had to be done. There were certain games that you had to have either the real port or the clone.
Because the first one I ever played, I think, was the PET version, which is all using PETSCII ASCII characters, and then I played the Apple II version. Then I don't know how many versions we have in the CoCo, 10, 11?
Oh, numerous. But
and
yeah,
the cards for the CoCo kept being made right up until well into the CoCo 3's life.
Well, we have the author of probably one of the best versions here on the panel right now. That would be Nick's Space
I thought you were talking about Cosmic Aliens there for a minute. Sorry, I was getting excited. So.
Well, that was a given, right? I have to pump Nick up once in a while so he can get it started.
You just want to keep making money off me. Yeah, this could be the only Space Invaders on the CoCo that actually moves the aliens correctly the way the arcade machine does. It has that ripple. See how it seems to do every alien individually very quickly, so you have a ripple effect. And that's how the original did it as well. It's not really of any benefit except in Space Invaders Part 2, the official sequel, they use that so that you can actually hit aliens above the
you can sneak a shot by just before they moved, and you can hit the alien above and put a hole in
it.
Get it timed with the ripple, and you can hit one above, and I think there was extra points or something like that with that one. But yeah, this one does have the correct ripple effect.
Right, and the other neat effect too is when your new wave starts and they kind of like come across and you're row by row and they kind of paint them on the screen. That look, it doesn't really serve the game any well. It just seems like it's true to like you can see out there in the corner now
like
how it
that.
just kind of paints them on there. True to the original.
And for the rest of the panel here that's as old as dirt like I am, if you guys remember when the Space Invaders first came out in the arcade game, what a revelation that was, because up to then we've been playing like Atari Football and Night Racer and stuff like that. Like Night Driver.
Speak for yourself.
But this one was revolutionary because the sound in it was just incredible compared to anything else that had come out, and like I remember the arcade being
explosion
arcades were barely
sounds
started, but it was just this game had lineups, people with quarters just lined up to play it. It was a
Right.
phenomenon. Well, this is the one that also was it this one or Pac-Man or both of them that actually caused a Japanese shortage of the yen because they didn't have enough coins to supply people to play the arcade game.
You know, it's funny.
It's a good combination of this one and Pac-Man.
I just finished listening to the MC10 special this week, and hearing about the algorithms and the ghosts that he used to make the MC10 version of Pac-Man was really interesting. You know, some of the science behind that kind of stuff and the patterns and everything. So it's kind of cool.
So after this zillions of years, it just occurred to me you can shoot a little hole through your bunker.
Oh yeah.
Shoot through that.
That's actually a plan.
Yeah, that's what's known as the chicken shit strategy, right? You just kind of stay there in one spot and just stay
you were today days old when you figured that one out.
I wasn't aware it had the technical term that Steve used.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've avoided that knowledge since '83. So
I'm not going to leave the house. I'm just going to stay here and from the safety of my bunker. And
this one's very similar to the Apple II Space Invaders that came out back then, called Apple Panic, I think.
No, Apple Invaders, I think. Oh, actually, they had Space Invaders first. Actually had the
that's
name.
right.
And then, because at the time they didn't think, who'd want to run an arcade game, try to run it on a home computer. So they actually let them license the actual one. Then they kind of figured out, hey, wait a sec, we're losing money on this. So then they started licensing. This was the game on the Apple that actually triggered licensing for arcade games on home computers, basically.
Yeah. This one's similar to the Apple one in that it's offset to the left. The right-hand side's not really being used, except, of course, in our one, the dead sources go there. And the Apple II one, they had some graphical,
little sidebar
graphics on the side, to fill that space.
Yeah, good point.
One fun fact I can think about Invaders: if you ever get an Apple or a Atari 2600 clone, it never has the Atari 2600 Space Invaders. It has something that looks similar to this. That has
it's the original.
It's the original. It has nothing to do with the.
Oh,
Atari
you're talking about like the
2600.
you're talking about the plug and play ones you buy at retail that have
with
stuff built in?
75 games in one or whatever. And they never have the original. I don't know if anyone has ever seen the Atari 2600 Space Invaders without.
Well, that wasn't the original. That was a clone as well. That was the first clone.
I just thought it was unique that in this product.
Yeah, right. An Atari emulator
the
that's
one
not.
game that
isn't
original is Space Invaders. It's this one. Anyway.
Yeah, and Scott Cooper, our high score winner this week, says the Invaders get really low on level 9, and then it starts back over at level 1, and the Invaders are high again.
And he also has a gaming tip: don't get a third.
Don't get a third column of ships. Right? That is a kill screen.
We've got some cartridges.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The 2600 Space Invaders. Yeah. Cool stuff.
I got 2 of them.
Only 2?
Only 2.
But this one, it says Space Invaders here, and on top it says this.
Oh, the telegames, though. That's from
Telegames.
Sears,
That's the Sears.
I've got a
Sears
few of
version.
those, yeah.
Yeah, those are the Sears ones.
Good
I
stuff,
always loved the artwork that Atari had on the Atari Space Invaders.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Bodovkar John Schaller on the CoCo show has actually got a book on the history of artwork for the original Atari 2600 console and all the artwork, and they actually interviewed the people that painted. It was one guy that did most of them.
You
And
mean
it's
this
got
book?
a huge full color. Yeah. Yeah, and it's got some awesome pictures of some of the artwork they did there. Like that stuff was incredible.
Where's the Dremel tool?
Right there, yes. Stevie, you're not going to catch him on props, I'll tell you that.
Okay, well, I found a drill.
Okay, close enough.
I got your Dremel right here.
Hey, forget about it. Forget about it.
Tiny soda there.
Yeah, so I have mine in the background behind me. They're playing on my Coco Pi, which I did play. I actually was able to participate this week, so I played a few games. I put in a screenshot, and I even joined the chat when you guys were live for a little bit. So I feel like I'm being a halfway decent Coco community citizen this week.
Yeah, it's nice to see the new blood there, Stevie.
Unlike,
oh wait, you're not new, are you?
Unlike the deadbeat that I usually am. So yeah.
I missed the live stream. I was rushing a job through work, trying to get on, and I was trying to get on before you guys shut the stream down, and I missed it by about 15 minutes. So.
We're sorry.
Do we have any more to add to this, or it's Space Invaders? We all get it? Or, yeah.
I can't think of anything. There was a decent turnout for the live show. We had, I think, 4 or 5 players at once. So.
And we had the author on last week. We asked him if he could maybe join us this week to talk about it when we were talking about our results. I guess we didn't get a chance to get a hold of Brian again, but it was good. It was good having him on for sure.
Yeah.
But I guess
P51 is a game I definitely want to see somebody set up at the fest to do some head-to-head Coco connected with.
Love to see that 4-player version. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
I guess for this game though, the best thing to do is if you're on a Coco 3, double speed poke it before you play because
double speed for the win. A
lot more playable.
But on the low skill level still.
On the low
double
skill
speed
level,
with the high one, Otherwise,
but even comparatively to the just not double speed poking it on the high speed level, it's still not as responsive. So it seems to speed up the responsiveness a bit.
All right, so you ready to tell us what the game that we're playing this week coming up now is?
Oh, geez, did I have to come up with a game for this week?
Nah.
You had one job.
You had one job, Ken. At least you were able to fix your palets this week, so that's good.
Well, sticking with... Oh, wait. I seem to have closed one of my windows, so I'm not going to show a screenshot. I'm just going to go to the title page because I accidentally closed my screenshot. So...
Soft sector marketing.
Caterpillar. Staying with the idea of the classic games, we're going to go with a centipede game.
Now, is it in that palette mode? The neon
the game looks
vomit?
a lot better.
The neon
Just give
vomit
me a second
colors?
here, and I will open up.
Okay. The rugby circle. Same people who brought us that
Buzzard
crappy
bait.
Joust clone.
Yeah, exactly.
Buzzard
Let the war
bait.
begin.
Yeah, right.
Okay, what's going on here?
Oh, it looks like it's P mode artifacting.
No, this is the pastel.
That's the pastel one with the cyan, magenta, and
orange,
buff.
instead of
They
white.
call it buff.
Looks like the gameplay is artifacting.
It's a strong color. It's
the game itself is an artifact game. Gotcha.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, so Jason's got it fired up. We'll go ahead and spotlight Jason while.
Oh, I'm on. Oh, I'm ready for my close up.
There you go.
Oh, and I just got a screenshot ready.
All right.
Here, I'll just quickly.
Go ahead and share your
When you're done
screenshot
with
there.
Jason.
Go ahead.
I can.
It's all about you, man.
Go ahead.
Yes,
David.
I forgot what I'm doing here.
Me too. What is this all about again?
There we go.
I love live. Live shows.
Okay, we see it.
There we
Yep.
go.
Artifact colors. We got your red, white, and blues.
So not nearly as ugly as the
title screen. Yeah, title screen was hurting my eyes.
And it does have the full motion of up, down, side to side, plus the scorpions.
I take it this one would also work well with the analog stick, where you can move around kind of loose.
You
and
have to
fast
have
and
the
loose.
analog stick.
Okay.
Digital
or
stick will
trackball.
not-
This one works good on trackball too. If you have one.
Because it's one that where you have the joystick is where you are on screen.
Very cool. And there we have it. So, Caterpillar from the rugby. Is that what it's called? Was it called Color Caterpillar or
Color Caterpillar?
Color
Caterpillar.
Color. Say that 3 times fast. Color Caterpillar. Color Caterpillar.
Yeah.
Color
Soft
Caterpillar.
Sector Marketing was actually a Tier City Model 1 and 3 gaming company, as Nick well knows, and actually that's where they first did Caterpillar. That's why it's called Color Caterpillar, because the original was for Model 1 and 3.
And it works on CoCo 1, 2, and 3. I don't know what's the
I think it's 16K if you have the
16K?
tape version and 32 if you have the disc.
Is that a centipede? For what system is that centipede for there, Taylor?
It's the DC comic book of Centipede.
Oh, wow. There's an actual comic book. They managed to make a story out of that somehow.
They did. Well, they had it. I think it was a spinoff of the Atari Force comic books.
Oh,
yeah, I have some of those. I don't have the centipede one.
So they were all in the same pile, and when I found them at the store and bought them all. So
wow.
But this it has the Atari
wow
printer's mark, and I guess it gives you some sort of backstory that seems to involve a hobbit and a wizard.
Wow.
So there's all sorts of reasons, I guess, that you would be shooting at a centipede.
Still sounds like it has more of a plot than the Battleship movie did.
Ironically enough, DC before that did graphic novels where they based them on Atari games. They had Star Raiders, they had Warlords, and they made these huge painted graphic novels. I've got the first few issues downstairs. They're like 64 pages, but they have absolutely nothing to do with the games besides the title, really.
Wow.
There are some TRS-80 comic books too with
the
some
Whiz Kids. The Whiz Kids.
Yes.
The TRS-80 Whiz Kids.
What about
they
the,
would
what
solve
about the comic
crimes.
what about the one with Ghana Buana?
Oh, that was
came
pretty
with
cool.
the game. That was the
Yeah.
instruction manual was a game comic book.
The Whiz Kids would solve crimes with their
Whiz.
Tandy products and conveniently located product placement. I just happen to have this direct pack modem that I can dial in and solve this problem with. So
Because Superman's brain got scrambled by Lex Luthor. And
yeah, Superman can't solve it, but our TRS-80 can.
They must have known
Good
about the
old-
double speed poke. That's all
Oh
it is.
yeah.
Amazing.
Like the episode of Silver Spoons where the guy's got his CoCo and he's pulling up drawings to like F-16, fighter jets and stuff. Like because that could really happen, right? So.
So I was
Oh, we
just
did
gonna
get
say-
F-16
In
games.
basic.
So maybe.
Yeah, in basic.
I was just going
right?
to say when Taylor and Amy get their CoCo SDC, they are more than welcome to join the Game On Challenge.
Game on challenge. Play a game. Put in a screenshot. That's right.
Oh,
But
and
not
I
one
ordered
moment
it
before
during
then.
the break.
What's that?
Yeah, it's ordered.
Yeah, I absolutely ordered it during
There
break.
you go. There you go. Oh, did you use offer code mention CoCoTALK and pay twice what it's worth, or?
No, next time.
Use offer code CoCoTalk to pay double.
That's right. Why pay normal price when you can pay twice as much?
Now, did you? I know he has an option for getting like the FTC library on it. Did you get that too, or are you just going to download it off the archive?
The preloaded SD card, so you're ready to go.
I sprung for the preloaded card.
Boom.
Yeah. It just saves
Boom.
you having to set up directories and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
So boom. Bob's your uncle. There you go.
Time is money.
Goodbye, free time.
Fire that puppy up.
Out there, you now only have about 6,000 or 7,000 programs to go through on
Right,
your SD
right.
card.
So this week's game is Color Caterpillar. Get out your analog joysticks, get out your track balls, and God forbid that CoCo mouse. Would the CoCo mouse work with this thing, or would you have to
Yes,
pick
it
it up
should.
and move it back?
Yep.
Or could you? Is this left and right? The 900-pound steel ball mouse that
Yeah, the deadly weapon one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Stevie, it'll work.
It'll
but
work.
poorly.
You're working on your arms while you're using that thing.
Oh
The only
my-
recommendation I have for using the mouse on this game is when you get mad and huck it across the room there, make sure
Right.
you don't aim it at anything breakable.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
there
have
you
to
go.
That
try
steel
that
ball,
now.
take it out.
That
Hey,
sounds
Mark.
like that sounds like the ingredients of a rage quit video. Trying to play this with a CoCo mouse.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say this might be a good test for Mark to try with that PS2 adapter to see how well it works with the game.
I'll give
Yeah,
it
but
a
the
try.
PS2 mouse it might.
There
Pretty
you
good.
go.
That might be okay.
All right. Well, let's keep this fun train rolling. Do we have a game on news, L. Curtis Boyle, to
You betcha.
stay on topic here? Is there ever going to be a week where nothing happened in the CoCo community? Can you imagine?
Nah, because Nick and I will make something up.
All right. There you go. You can talk about Nitrous 9 for 9 hours. So, yeah.
Only 9?
9.
That'd be the introduction.
I
Draconian.
am so there for that show.
Right. Here we go. Speaking of
Yeah,
CoCo
so we have the
games.
Amigos here. Brett and Aaron. Boat and Aaron have released the next episode here, episode 29. They pre-announced what the next episode that they're recording at the end of March will be. But this one they covered Draconian, And I'll mute it and I'll just play a little bit in the background here. I'm sure you guys are all familiar with this game. I think we've already done this one, haven't we?
Oh, Frank just chimed in from RetroRewind.ca saying your CoCo SDC will be on the way today. So see, we got friends in high places. So
make those things happen.
That's right. Make it so, number one. And here they go. Here it is. Draconian.
Yeah. So for those of you familiar with the Bosconian arcade game, this is based on it, but it actually takes the gameplay a bit further. The original arcade game, you're basically just shooting these structures and destroying them, and basically once you're done destroying the ones in the current level, you go to the next level. On this one, the author, Mike Huey, actually added in astronauts that have to be rescued that are trapped in these structures. So you have to shoot them and then go rescue the astronauts. And until you get all the structures destroyed, you can't go to the next level. And if you take too long, this big honking draconian dragon that fills up most of the screen comes after you.
Because there are dragons in space. They have been captured with astronomical image recording devices. We've seen them. What are those things called? Like telescopes? Telescopes, right? Yeah. So dragons in space.
So I mean, it's their typical show. There's what they call ridiculous banter. That's what they officially call it now. At the beginning of the show, where Boat just picks a topic very loosely related to the game, and they just go off on a tangent for a while, and then they come back and actually review the game. So, but they both quite like this one, and it is a classic. This is one of the ones that I would say is actually better than the original arcade game because of the extra gameplay elements they added to it.
Yeah,
that's not something you can say with too many ports. So anyway, that one's available now. They will be doing the pre-taping. They haven't announced the date yet, but the next game they're doing, I think, I'm trying to remember, it's Arcade Animation Inc.'s Time Patrol, which is loosely based on Time Pilot.
Okay.
So for Time Pilot fans there, most of you I think know Fury by Computer Shack.
By Computer Shack.
Yeah. This one, it's not much better graphically or much better sound-wise, but it's a bit closer in gameplay to the actual arcade version of Time.
Which is the one where you don't even have the clouds, it's just the vertical one. It's kind of like Time Pilots, but it's strictly vertical. Or am I hallucinating?
You mean you're not talking about that one we just played, Fighter Pilot, not too long ago?
No. There was one that was kind of like a Time Pilot style game, but it wasn't omnidirectional. It was like just a top-down scrolling and you're shooting stuff. So it was similar.
Oh, and you go through different time periods.
Yeah.
So I marked Data Products. Next thing, Time Fighter.
Time Fighter. There you go.
Because that's the one on later levels. You go into black space where you can't see anything, and then your ship shoots out this little scan beam, so you can see where the aliens are for a brief little bit as they go.
Oh, black space as opposed to the normally technicolored space that we're used to.
Yeah. Hyperspace.
Okay. Cool.
Acid space.
Acid space. Yes. But yeah, no. Draconian's a great game. It's a nice. It's. I love it when they take a game that you know and they add something to it, and it's a value add. It's not just hype or crap.
And to be honest, it changes the gameplay a fair bit. I mean, your goals become different. The way you handle the game itself, because you can destroy all of the enclosures, which you have to do to get to the next level, or the Draconian comes out. But the bonus is trying to get all the astronauts rescued. You don't have to get all the astronauts. And in fact, in later levels, you will not have time before the Draconian comes out.
You
notice,
so
you have to sacrifice. You have to pick which ones. Where can I get the most bonus points by trying to get a bunch in one little clump here? I'll have to ignore these side ones. Just quickly shoot the structures out and then just get out of there before you get killed.
When you look at that radar, like the radar shows you where the pods are, right? But once you destroy the pods and the astronauts are just floating free, they won't be on the radar. So if you have to, if you try to go back to find an astronaut, it's really hard. It's a
really good game. It's a classic. It's a CoCo classic. I think they even said that too. So
timeless classic.
Yeah. Next up, we've got the Jim Geary show. So he's taken, I don't know how you pronounce this, Mike Kodal. The Wordle clone that he ported from the Rick Adams clone to the CoCo.
Yes.
So he had to fix some bugs, and he did some other updates to it. So it's generally running a bit better, a bit closer to what it's supposed to. Visually, it hasn't changed too much. There was a bug, I think he said, if you picked a letter that appeared more than once, it would flag it twice. It would flag it one and say being in the right spot and another in the wrong spot, right color type thing, when it shouldn't have, like in certain cases. It should have been both the right spots or something. So he had a couple minor bugs to fix. So anyway, that's available. They got the video here kind of showing it, and you can get it off of Jim Geary's site, of course.
All the kids are doing it these days.
Yeah. And here, this is an announcement that Jim put up on the MC10 group on Facebook. And this is where he's taken a bunch of his programs and converted them with the MC Basic compiler by Greg Dion, which is a cross compiler for Basic to assembly language. And lately, Greg has added in MCX32 SD support, the SD card reader, and 32K RAM upgrade for the MC10. So what Jim has done is gone through and taken a bunch of his programs, and there's a list here of what he's got done so far on his Google Drive, and all of these have now been converted and compiled. So there's some games in there that he's not done. He's got lots more to go here. These are all currently in WAV file formats. You can actually like put them on your phone and then just play it through the cassette cable to load them in. He is going to be putting the actual, the C10 style ones for the MCX later on the site as well. But this is just to get people started.
Does anybody have an MC10 close by you can just throw on camera? So,
I do, Stevie.
Okay.
I stop sharing here and let you.
Yeah, we were asking about that. So look at Jason's MC10 there, right? It's like they call it the micro color computer. It's in the family of the CoCo. It's not software compatible, but was sold by Radio Shack. It's kind of like an old ZX Spectrum, Timex Sinclair thing. And Jim Gary has just done 1 million games for this thing. And so now we're talking about once he's done where he's compiled them so they run even faster. But yeah, that's the machine. Like if the CoCo was the redheaded stepchild of the 8-bit systems, this is like the redheaded stepchild of the CoCo. You know what I mean? So, but it's still it's in the family, and we still give it a lot of love. But, yeah.
It shares the same VDG chip, the video display generator, though it's a bit crippled because they only allow you to hook up to 4K RAM to it. Some of the modes take 6K, so they don't work. And it's got a 6803, which is more of a microcontroller. It actually has like a built-in hardware timer and a few other things too. A little bit of onboard RAM on the chip itself. It's not a 6809, but it's not as an advanced CPU, unfortunately.
But yeah, cool stuff. It's ironic that we're talking about the compiler now, and also Ron Klein just added that compiler to the Cocoa Pi. So if you want to run it on the Cocoa Pi, you can now run the compiler on the Cocoa Pi and write programs in BASIC and compile them for the MC10 and have them run a lot faster. So cool stuff, man.
I got a question.
Yes,
what
Ron.
does 4N mean on his files?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I'd have to ask Jim.
Well, as opposed to having 3 or 5 ends.
I don't know. Can you scroll down any further to see if that changes anywhere down the?
No, that's the ones he's got on there so far. So
okay, not sure. I don't know if that means that they'll run in 4K.
4K maybe, yeah.
Versus needing the memory expansion for more or not. I don't know.
And then aren't the names a little too long for the CoCo?
Well, they're WAV files. These are meant to just be played.
The embedded name in the WAV file will be for the MC10.
Yeah, so these are meant to be played like it's a cassette.
Yeah.
Cool.
Anyway, those are all available for download now. There's more coming. He'll also be doing the C10 versions of them later on as well.
By the way, that MC10
what's the name
special
format
was
of the
great.
MCX32? I don't remember. There's some sort of virtual drive thingy he's got going.
What was the question again?
The MCX32, what does it use for its drive images? Does it just use C10s, or
you can do it? You can do a lot of things. You can load a .bas file. You can do a .cas. You can do a disk. It supports lots of different file names and extensions. You can do WAV files. You can do MP3 files. You can do zip files. It'll load and recognizes all kinds of stuff.
Okay. Since I don't have an MC10, I don't know this stuff.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to mention to Taylor and Amy that David Ladd has now subscribed to your page as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We got another subscriber. Dopamine button has been hit. Woo, woo. Hey, David, don't forget to hit that notification bell, too.
Ooh.
That's right. Hit that bell.
Don't worry. They got the subscriptions from all my personalities.
Ooh, and he's got several.
Wow, they've tripled their count in
yeah, just be advised, David is extremely creepy, but we love him. So
he's passionate. About
Stevie, come on.
hobby.
I'm not that creepy unless you watch the TSI group. Then I'm full creepy.
He's not that creepy.
Yeah. He's only creepy when he wants to be.
Yeah. Just watch. If you ever run into him in person, just watch out. He's a hugger.
And then have him explain what guarantee means to Amazon.
Creative Computing Checkers, 1978.
Yeah, so this is another port. Now, Jim was kind of researching this because this is the famous David All book. David All, of course, is famous for Creative Computing magazine, which is the first computer magazine I ever read around this time period, 1978. And this was a chess game they published, and they were running 4K. So he's ported it over, and he had to fix a bug. There was an actual glaring bug when you're doing the castling. But he took a look at this one. He took a look at the official MC10 checkers from Radio Shack, which is also a 4K basic program, and it's actually based on the same core code. So all they did on the Radio Shack version was they put in some semi-graphics to make it look a little bit fancier rather than the text version, which is what you see here. So actually they're cousins to each other. So, but this is based on the original 1978 version. And we've all seen chess, so I won't play it.
It's checkers, but yeah, close enough.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Next up, we have a whole trio of announcements here from Paris Rod.
Look at those.
So
look at those colors.
I'll start rifling through these. So the first one is the converted AGD games for the Super Sprite FM Plus board. And this is now the third pack he's got. This has got 2 new games in. And of course, this uses the MSX Sprite chip and the graphics chip and the sound chip. So you actually get multi-voice music in the background and a lot more color than you normally would see in a CoCo 1 or 2. So the 2 games he's released on this pack is Dark Castle and the Goblin. He's got some screenshots here you can see here.
Man. Look at those beautiful colors. Oh, is that David Ladd right there? Told you he was creepy.
Why, yes, Stevie, it is.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of like being a cross of Nosferatu and being seasick, it looks like.
Yes. That purple that they're using is a really odd. Now, isn't there a huge palette selection on this chip? Because it seems like they're using the same 16 colors, and it seems to be this really violety purple that I'm seeing here.
I honestly don't remember what the palette is of the MSX chip.
They're not hard-coded colors. There's got to be more.
Yeah, like the C64 is a hard-coded 60 color palette, which Bo always says has too many browns. But
yeah. I mean, I'm not complaining. It's just, it's an odd color. It stands out. It's one that you don't see a lot in, but like that cyan is, super traditional. But those 2 shades of violet are just so unusual. But scroll back up to the first one, the castle one too.
I know, Stevie. It sounds like you're complaining.
Yeah. See how they have the violet kind of brick pattern around there too. I'm just wondering if that's a hard-coded color or just coincidental.
It could be. I mean, they're still trying to emulate the Spectrum here, which is what these games are originally based on.
Okay, so limited
2-color graphics with those little 8x8 tiles.
And those were a fixed. That was a fixed color set on the Spectrum, right? So,
I believe so.
At least it's not Pooyan.
No, not at all. That's just it's just an interesting color choice that I'm not used to seeing on a lot of old 8-bit things. It's cool. Yeah. Violet.
So I mean, it's really good that this board, which has only been getting produced now for a couple of months now, has actually been getting a fair bit of support. There's a bunch of utility support for the music and stuff. There's 3 game packs that are now using the sound and the graphics from it. So it's not one of these ones where you get this new piece of awesome technology and then nobody writes anything for it.
Right.
So it just kind of sits on.
That's never happened in the CoCo before, has it?
No.
Okay.
At least last week.
What about a sound chip?
Bite your tongue, Curtis.
Which one? Which unsupported sound chip would you like?
Let's just say which tongue. Okay, and now we have.
Now there's the regular AGD games pack. So this is the next batch for the unmodified, unupgraded CoCo 1, 2, 3, Dragon 32, Dragon 64. So this has got 6 new games: Dark Castle, Dirty Dozer 2, The Goblin. So that was actually a brand new game you just converted, and you already converted it over to the.
Wow, ooh, I like Dirty Dozer. That just sounds cool. I need to see screenshots from Dirty Dozer.
And I'm not sure how to pronounce this one here.
Javi Pome. Javi Pome la camera no secreta. Okay. So yeah, no, I freaking idea.
I think Stevie's off his meds.
You're better than Google Talk, Stevie.
Oh yeah. So there's a secretary that has no camera, and her name is Javi Pomez. You see what I did there? Just read it backwards. It's like Arabic. So boom.
Is it accurate? That's my next.
I have no freaking idea. No. So Siri, what the hell does that thing say?
So anyway, I wanted to point out one here because he pointed out with a huge post in the above here, which I won't read the whole thing, but I'll give you some highlights. So Meyermeyer, this one here, is apparently a special one. He had to do some special things to get this one to work, and it's also special on the Spectrum. Like most of the sound routines use the beep command built into the AGD compiler itself, and then you've got certain tiles and everything else that you can do. Like the basic core engine is basically the same. That's why a lot of the games look similar. This particular one breaks a lot of that. And he said this message dedicated to a very special AGD game in many senses. It's not a standard AGD game, but a very much elaborate one. He's got 35 assembly language routines he had to add to get this to work, and apparently the Spectrum also had this too. And he said, usually we've rejected games with more than 3 assembly routines. The game I'm talking about is simply put it into another league. So then he mentions, the specs here. It's 1,500 lines of code, 2,185 bytes of memory being used. So it's got 7 different sound routines added in. Then it's got a bunch of 4 voice or multi-voice music sound routines that have been added in. And then it's got some stuff for allowing the player to rap from the bottom to the top, top to the bottom, left to the right, which the normal AGD engine does not support. So there's a whole bunch of extra things in this game. And I was trying to check to see if anybody's made a video of it yet so I could see what it looks like. And I didn't find one, but I didn't have too much time to look, so I didn't look too hard.
Okay.
But I'd love to see this one. So anybody's got or has downloaded this pack maybe for next week and wants to try that particular game out because it supposedly has all these extra features, I would love to have it demoed on the show.
Okay. There's that Dark Castle, and not quite as violety on the monochromatic version here, but yes.
Yeah.
Too scared? No, not unless David Ladd's here. Okay. Yeah, no, seeing them in color makes a huge...
There's your favorite
Dirty Doozer. Ooh. I like that. It's like a Bob the Builder looking guy right there, huh? So...
Yeah. These look more like the standard AGD style.
Yeah. There's the Goblin. Again, not quite as good without the colors.
Yeah. Yeah, because basically we're just pulling off the spectrums, the black and white 256 by 192 image, and then we don't have.
We have a subscriber update right now from Chipmonkey saying the Taylor and Amy show is now up to 176 subscribers. It was at 166, so we've gone up 10. Great to see the subscribers grow. Woohoo! Keep it going, folks. We're raising money here. Taylor and Amy, we're this is like a telethon. This is like Jerry Lewis
ring
here.
Those phones.
We need to get a wheelchair for Timmy, or his little crippled ass is gonna fall down the steps. So come on, keep those donations coming.
Them rocket motors ain't cheap, folks.
That's the CoCoTALK effect, isn't it?
Normally we just get arrest warrants for that kind of thing, but
all right.
Now, one question I have on the subscribers here: how many of those are David Ladd?
Oh, that's right. David's got like 9. David's got 9 personalities. So yeah, okay.
Thanks a lot.
27.
Okay, there's the Javi Pomez y la Cámara no Secret A. So
it looks like a Halloween theme game here. This one here. It's got ghosts.
Okay.
So Ken, there's another one for you. Like we were talking about, maybe planning to try to actually do a Halloween themed one at some point, because we've seen a few AGD games that qualify. We got Fang and it feels in the CoCo too that do. So this is another one to maybe put in your quiver for October.
Put that in your quiver.
Yeah, quiver.
Yeah. All right. Puente Romano. I'm not sure if that's Italian or Spanish or what that is. I don't know.
Well, the Dragon, when Eurohard bought it, that was in Spain, so
yeah,
it's probably Spanish. But
okay, could be Spanish.
Sure. Now this is the one that has the special engine changes.
Meyer Mare.
Yeah.
Cool title screen.
Now, unfortunately, static shots don't show a lot of these extra options, so I don't. Like I said, we need to see a video or see something.
Hold on. Here's breaking news too from Retrowind CA. Going forward, any CoCoTALK viewers can use the coupon code CoCoTALK to get 10% off with us. There you go. Is that
so? Frank, is it too late to apply that for Amy and Taylor?
As opposed to the 200% increase you used to have to pay. Yeah.
Well, it was a 200% increase plus, I think, therapy was required.
And yes, Taylor and Amy get 10%.
Yes, you are getting 10% off.
Get 10% back for your purchase. Woohoo! See, membership has its advantages. This is better than having an American Express card here. So
less interest charge.
All right, cool stuff.
So this is a game I really want to see and hear. So please, somebody, if they can download it and have it ready for the show next week here. I'm not probably.
I have a prediction. When you shoot, it's going to go pew pew pew. And when you
this is when they added extra machine language sound routines and music routines too. So supposedly there's some extra stuff in here that the normal engine does not support, even on the Spectrum itself. So I know you guys have the Spectrum as well there, Amy Taylor. So this might be one to try out on it too.
Welcome to the.
And of course. Who doesn't like riding unicycles?
Oh, totally, dude. That's good content for the channel. There it is. There's the unicycle. Woo. I had an accident on a unicycle one time, and ever since then my nickname's been Uniball, but we won't go there. And there's spiders in there with the unicycle too. That makes unicycling even more frightening. And oil. Ooh.
As if it isn't horrifying enough. Remember that motion sickness and vertigo I talked about earlier on the unicycle? Yes. It really sucks.
Ooh. And those must be like sharp, spiky, pointy death things down there in the bottom, right? So you have to like not land on those that like pop your tire.
Yeah, I mean, this reminds me of like a Manic Mine or Jet Set Willy, where you have to jump between platforms and.
Yeah, I wonder if any of those are moving too. We can't tell, but there might be some moving platforms that you're gonna have to leapfrog across or something.
Yeah.
Cool. Lots of new games.
Anyway, so that's it for the people that do not have the MSX Super Sprite Plus FM board, whatever it's all called. This is for the regular people with regular computers without all the upgrades. So 6 new games there to play with, which now brings their total up. They've got 52 packs out and 297 games total. Just converted from the AGD engine. And then because it's the end of the month, they also released their latest big packs. This is version 2.9. So basically this is the cumulative thing. So if you don't want to have to sit there and hunt down all these individual packs, all 52 of them, you can actually just download the one big pack and this gives you everything up till now. And this gets updated every month. So you can actually get all the games in one shot. So that's also available here too. And it's available, as you can see on the screen there, for the Dragons, for the CoCo. It's got the short file name versions for the CoCo SDC, and it's got the long file name versions if you're running an emulator. So there you go.
Cool.
Next up, Sibling Rivalry, the latest one with Tim Linder and his sister AJ, who we've now officially booked to be on the show March 19th. So we'll get some... watching the two of these kind of battle it out. I mean, this is one of the few games they actually played cooperatively for a change. Even they played some other games they're supposed to play cooperatively, and they just don't. But this one they actually did communicate with each other somewhat. And
Rampage. Okay. Yeah.
So I'll maybe play a little bit here.
Oh, there's even like cool up-tempo jazz music.
Yep, that's kind of the staple of it.
AJ, welcome to Sibling Rivalry.
Thanks, Tim. I'm so excited to be here.
Oh, cool. This is a show where me and my sister play a video game from our childhood.
Yeah, when we were, ancient history, when we were super young.
Today we're playing a port of Rampage to the Color Computer 3.
Which I really have never played.
No. You would not have played.
Are they on camera at all when they do this, or is it just commentary?
Moved out.
No, they never go on camera. Though sometimes you can see the reflection because they're playing it on a big screen TV type thing. You can sometimes see them there, and you can hear the the drinks being consumed in the background. So it tends to get pretty interesting by the end of the show. But we've finally managed to arrange a time. We were trying to arrange it for March the 12th, and then apparently Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark is having a concert in London, and suddenly Tim had to go buy a ticket to fly over there to watch it, so we had to bump it by a week.
Mm-hmm.
So we know where we fall on the totem pole.
Oh, absolutely.
As a show. So they'll be on the what did I say, the 19th?
Something like that.
Yeah. We'll announce it. We're gonna get a bumper recorded.
Yeah, we need to get a bumper. I mean, if it hasn't been bumped, it doesn't count, right? So we need that bump. So cool. Yeah. Fast forward to some gameplay. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see who's beating the crap out of who.
Yeah, very, very judgy.
Yeah, I'm judgy.
I will warn you. There's occasionally some language in here.
Oh my lord.
Some colorful metaphors.
Some colorful language.
We're either going to play cooperatively or we're going to play competitively.
It was an accident. These joysticks/remote/ whatever they're called are like impossible. These things were made in 1980, for God's sakes.
These joysticks are great.
Tim defending the old crap.
They're made so long ago. There's people that actually aren't even alive anymore who were related to these joysticks.
That's an interesting fact.
Okay, I'm not hitting you now. I'm not hitting you.
We were very cooperative in that moment. That was great.
Good job, Tim.
Cool.
Now you die.
And yet...
Boom. Fall on your tuchus.
It's a really good conversion. I mean, Steve York did this one in 6 weeks because he was getting a big bonus from Tandy if he got it done that fast as he did. But it actually plays quite well. It's one of the better 8-bit ports, actually, of Rampage from all the platforms.
Yeah, matter of fact, I think, was it this one where they said they were looking at it in the Tandy offices and they thought it was the Tandy 1000 version. They're like, nope, that's the CoCo version. So, cool stuff. Brothers and sisters.
I'm guessing that Taylor's running off to get the Rampage box for the...
Oh, do you have a DC comic on that by any chance? Or Here's my VHS copy of the Lifetime miniseries on Rampage. Ooh, all right, what's next?
She's still getting it or still looking there?
Are we holding?
We're looking. So
we're
Okay.
It's taken more than 3 seconds to pull this off camera, so obviously something's wrong here.
It's not. Well, it's not a rocket, Stevie. She's got to go a little further.
She's like booting up the Tandy because we got to see if it's on a disc. Or not. Well, yeah.
Anyway, if those of you who've not watched Sibling Rivalry before, it's of course Tim and his sister. They get together in person, play a random game that has to have 2 players simultaneous. They can be cooperative games or competitive games. So you get the whole banter between them all, which can sometimes get a little bit heated at times, which is fun.
Yeah, I think Taylor and Amy would be good at that too if they get some of these games that they can play together, and that would be great
I want to see them doing robot battle
That
and
would be great
getting mad at the
content.
other person's program running better or something. So.
Oh god, that game looks crazy. We'll try and figure it out.
Yeah, we've been talking about trying to get, like, we have a fair number of people that are fairly new to programming coming to the fest and stuff, and we've been talking about trying to get a robot battle competition going at the fest. It hasn't happened yet, but maybe this year.
We're gonna work on it.
All right. Well, keep that tab open and go on to the next one while they're looking and see is she close to
Oh yeah,
finding
yeah.
it?
Don't wait for us because
Okay.
she's like booting it. She's
All
booting
right.
up the EX behind her.
And
Okay,
this
so do you want me to hold off or?
Yeah, just keep going on when she comes back. Keep
carry
that
on.
tab going. Just go on to the next article.
Okay.
This is his free cell, right?
Yeah, this is Paul Shoemaker. So he's been working on Free Cell's next card game. He's of course the one who did Poker Squares. And this is the first time he's tackling a game completely machine languages. Other games have always had machine language subroutines to speed up certain graphics or whatever, but he generally tends to run the main code, the logic, etc. in BASIC. This is his first go at a full machine language game. So he's got animated card dealing and stuff like that too. And it actually looks pretty good. No sound.
It's a beauty. I'll provide the sound effects.
Pew pew
pew pew pew.
Of course,
Yeah, it
he's got
looks
that
good.
well-designed card deck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That he got from somebody else. But then he's got the animated bouncing hand.
Yeah, no, it looks really good. It's weird. It's like I'm gonna use the Wordle example. Wordle is a game I didn't have any interest in playing on the mobile app because it's the trendy thing of the week. But I would be interested in playing Wordle on the CoCo because it's a retro thing now. Same thing with like Free Cell. I would not spend a lot of time playing Free Cell on Windows, but if it's on the CoCo, I'd probably play it just because it's on the CoCo. It adds a cool factor to it that you're taking something like that and doing it on the CoCo. So
Yeah.
And
It's
then-
good. It's good to see Paul actually deciding to finally make that final jump and then doing a complete machine language game, because I imagine he can come up with some pretty wicked stuff once he kind of gets used to it.
All right, how are we doing on the Rampage? Are we still testing there?
So we have it. Unfortunately, I don't know how in the world we'd show it to you.
Okay.
Here on the floor. But
Take
yeah.
a big mirror.
Yeah, we have Rampage.
Okay. For what platform? Is it on the Tandy 1000 or the CoCo or?
1000 EX.
Okay, yeah, actually, because the CoCo one requires a CoCo 3. So, all right, so on the Tandy 1000.
So Taylor's brought it up down here
Nice.
in the museum, although she's having trouble getting it, so actually she's trying to get to play right now, but we have it.
Cool.
Does she have the original box and stuff for it too, or just a copy of it?
No, I think this is like one of those. It's one of those discs that have like multiple things on it. Yeah, it's like a preloaded card that has several things on it.
Okay.
So we don't have all the stuff for this one.
Neat.
Cool.
So,
Okay,
Erico.
the last one here for the Game On news segment here. Erico has been working on, and this is in BASIC, so he's doing animated semi-graphics or text-based graphics of a game he's working on. This is originally stemmed from that 4K Space Invaders thing.
Space Invader.
Which was originally based on the ZX81
Right.
Space Invaders 1K version. So he's been doing a couple bits fiddling here. So the first thing he showed here was just kind of, block moving using midstring to do, kind of an animated using text characters. But then a little bit later in the comments, he started actually showing what it looks like, running these in BASIC with some semi-graphic stuff.
Ooh, that looks like David Ladd a little bit there too. So yeah.
Or that goblin we saw.
That goblin, yeah. Yeah, pretty good speed with the little thing on the bottom moving with the big thing moving too. So yeah, the speed in BASIC is pretty good.
Yeah, and then he decided to try. There's a kind of showing the grid of
The gridding of it.
graphics. And here's using an even slightly larger.
Wow, that definitely looks like David Ladd. Ooh, and the little fire things that come out the side of the ship when he's going to shoot off his things. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Eric.
That's one thing. Eric is
he's
Eric
very
was a
good at the
genius
animation.
doing.
Yeah, the animation. He's the king.
Especially with such a limited res. Like this is technically a 64 by 32, but every 2 by 2 pixel has to be black and one other color, and that's all you're allowed. And some of the stuff he's come up with, like that karate fighting game he's working on last year, was just, I wouldn't even dream doing that in Cinegraphics.
He's the wizard.
Anyway, that's it for the Game On news this week.
Okay.
Do you want me to go straight into the other one, or do you want to play a little intro thingy?
Yeah, we'll play. We'll skip the intro. We will skip the intro, but we will go into just the news segment. For those who are not familiar with the intro, it says, "From around the world, news when you need it. Get caught up with L. Curtis Boyle," right? So there you go. There's your intro. And Curtis,
something about Muppets.
And the Muppets, yeah. And now another Muppet news flash. Yeah, so go ahead, L. Curtis. Dazzle us with news.
This first one, some people might recognize.
Wow. I know that person. Yeah.
The person looks vaguely familiar,
They're like internet famous.
And they get more subscribers a single day than we get in a year.
Woo-hoo!
And what's funny is I'm watching that video right now.
Ooh, and that's not at all creepy.
Thanks for paying attention to the show, David.
Yeah,
Appreciate
David.
it.
Oh, you're most welcome.
Anyway, because I do realize some people that are watching have not watched any of the vids yet, I thought I'd play like a little bit of the intro here so you can kind of get a feel for the show, because we talked about it a lot, but we never actually played any clips. So.
Let's do it. Quit teasing me. Let's go. The Taylor and oh, that's a Commodore 64 screen. Ooh, look at that.
Hey,
look at that.
Hey, Taylor. Do you know what this is? Ooh, I do not. I mean, I do. This is the interior of the CoCo 2. Yay!
Is that one of the umbrellas right there you're holding?
So when we did the RAM upgrade,
Okay.
I was like completely dead set on not removing the keyboard because, I flipped it over because I just, those little keyboard things are so fragile, and I've had bad luck in the past. So, hey, what you got? I got a tiny umbrella. Wow.
Oh!
This is a whole thing. You got it.
Now, before I go any further here to let this play out a bit here, did you want me to show you having fun with the RF can shield? Or should I save that for people to go watch?
Either way, it was fun trying to get it off. It was a real team player.
Okay, I think we'll play it and then I'll stop it after that so that we, let people go watch the actual episode.
So there's the coconut cup and the umbrella and everything. Boom.
This doesn't look quite spectacular. It looks awesome. It's perfection. It's kind of sad. So I found, anyway, I'm gonna drink on the internet, I found this. Oh, that is nice. This.
And I'm like, well, are my eyes not working right now? Okay, and now we're in focus.
Composite mod for the CoCo. And once I was like, this exists, we should totally do it. Then I totally took the keyboard off because I had to take the motherboard out. So, so all of that care was for naught.
And
so,
bloodshed.
Here's the tricky bit. We've got to get this off in order to get that on.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a thing.
Yeah. So I've taken off.
Let me put down my coconut.
I've taken off the.
This is the way all my presentations go.
It's just that easy.
It's off easily.
Easily. It's that easy.
All right.
There you
So
go.
this is the RF shield. So to desolder, you use.
And for the rest, you'll have to go actually watch it on their
That's
channel to
right.
get their view count bump.
Yeah, the first preview is free, but then you got to come on and you got to subscribe and make sure you click that notification bell when you're watching that video too.
We're laughing at ourselves because we're laughing at us. Ourselves are making us laugh right now.
I have to go watch this video because I really got to see how that little umbrella thing pans out.
Oh, they're awful. They're so cheap.
Well, they were set 92 views when I watched it. So let's see how high it can get after this.
That's
And it was only 90 just before the show when I loaded it up. So.
And how many devices are you watching it on at the same time, David?
Only this machine.
All right. Cool stuff.
We don't care how it happens.
Yeah. The how is irrelevant.
Are you sure about that?
No, just been joined by Tony.
There's
Pedraza.
Creepy David.
Yeah, there's Creepy David.
We were
Ladies
waiting
and
for
gentlemen, Mr. Creepy David Ladd.
Oh, come on now. You know I like to play.
Anyway, I think that gives you a good feel for the show. Like it doesn't take itself seriously. They're obviously having fun. Things go wrong. You know,
unlike this show where we take everything seriously and have zero fun. So.
Yeah. Well, you're half right.
Which half? You decide.
Cool.
And then another upgrade that was done earlier. This is my 48K RAM on Twitch, which is actually one of the guys that actually shares streaming on the Amigos network. And he did one here where he ordered plug for Retro Rewind again, one of the cap kits here for the CoCo 3 that he's got, and they make cap kits for CoCo 1s and the various 2s because there's different components depending which one you have. So we actually did a live demo here of actually doing the full recap kit. His original plan was to put in the 6309 as well, and I should mention his real name's Josh Malone. He goes through and does the entire cap kit here, and he does a few little mistakes too, which he catches on camera, like he forgot to put one big piece in before he started putting the motherboard back in the machine, and then had to pull it back out to put it back in. And then he had a bit of a problem, though. Frank, and I think can probably attest to this too. There's several versions of the 6809 and 6009 chips. I mean, there's obviously the Hitachi and Motorola ones, but even with each of those, there's the E version with an external clock generator, and then there's the ones that have the built-in. And when Frank ordered a bunch of 609s that he sells on his store, if you wanted to do the 609 upgrade, he accidentally had gotten shipped to him, not by his fault, and it's just a mistake on the people that shipped. It wasn't a purposeful, trying to pull the wind over or the shade over somebody's eyes. But they accidentally got 609's non-E, which won't work in a CoCo. So he's basically sent those back, I believe, and I was getting a reorder of those coming back here. So I'll have those back up in the store soon. And he was planning on doing the 609 upgrade on the stream. Now, the capping took a bit longer and he didn't want to extend the show. But when he did try to do it a little bit afterwards, when he was off camera, he found out it was the wrong 609. So he's waiting for the replacement chip. He will be doing a follow-up video to talk about the 609. So.
Okay.
And Amy and Ted, do you guys know about the whole 609 dookie?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Okay. So the 609 was originally thought to be a low power CMOS version of a 609 that was second sourced from Hitachi. And it came out in 1985-86. It basically takes about 10% less power. It's got a special low power mode for waking up on interrupts from hardware devices that takes 1/100th of the power. So it basically runs much cooler. So a lot of people, even back in the late 80s, were putting these in because it just made your machine run cooler in general. There was then found out in 1988, there'd been some publications in a magazine in Japan called OFM, I believe it was, for the Fujitsu machines, where they found out the 609 not only was low power, but it has a whole bunch of extra registers, extra instructions, and a whole bunch of other things in it that nobody knew about. And then we didn't find out about them here until somebody posted on Usenet in 1992. And then we kind of went, really? Because a bunch of people had these. So they went and tried it. Yeah, there's block memory move instructions. There's 32-bit registers. There's hardware division. There's a whole bunch of stuff thrown in this thing. And to be honest, that's what started the Nitrous 9 project that Bill and I and Alan DeCock and Wes Gale did. The whole operating system was based on this chip and all the new features. And I've actually patched a few games, even on the CoCo 1 and 2, that now take advantage of it. And they actually literally will double in speed just using a couple of key instructions. So there's a lot of stuff you can do in here. It has a native mode that'll run most instructions 10 to 15% faster, plus all the extra stuff. So it's a great chip upgrade if you want to do that as a possible upgrade video, or even just to try it out, because there's a lot of extra things you do. It's almost a 16-bit chip. It's close. As far as
suffice it to say, it's concentrated awesome.
Yes.
Awesome.
It's awesome. Yes. Oh, and Frank says it was a shipping error on our part. My son sent him the wrong one. He has the proper one already and will be streaming the install. There you go. Happy ending. Man.
Okay, cool.
We're solving all the world's problems here today on CoCoTALK. And they are in stock, and he has a lot of them. So.
Yep. And they work in CoCo 1s, 2s, 3s.
And use offer code CoCoTALK for 10% off.
Oh, actually, Retro Rewind said, Frank, since you're in the chat there, is your other product up on the site yet? Because when I checked this morning, it was not. And I'll let that go and we'll see what the response is.
Who the hell is this clown?
Yeah, change that screen. Jeez.
Yeah.
I kind of like the pose. I was just going to leave this
You
up.
have a CoCo SDC. Now what?
So I'm going to mute this since Ken's actually here, and I'll just let it play a little bit, just as background. But Ken, do you want to kind of explain what this episode's about?
Okay, well, for a while now, I've been thinking about just doing a quick little episode showing off that big file you can download from the Color Computer Archive that has just about everything on it for the CoCo. And since Curtis threw it in the news last week that it had just been updated, I thought, well, got to get this episode done while it's actually in my mind and I don't forget about it. So,
how is it that you can point in the air and a picture materializes right there? What mystical powers do you possess?
I'm magic.
He's got the magic power of David Ladd.
Yes.
Through the magic of editing.
Every time I want a computer, I just point in the air and it comes to me.
So yeah, you went through like how to get the big archive. Which how big is it now? Because it's actually got like magazines and stuff in there too, doesn't it? Manuals and everything.
Well, it's just got all the magazine programs in it.
Okay. So if you want manuals, you still have to go get those.
You still have to go download all that stuff separately. But
now, what case are you using on your SDC? That is a different case than I'm used to seeing.
That one I got from the Zipster Zone.
Oh, okay. So that's an Ed Steiner case. Okay. I've had a John Strong case, and I've had one of the ones that says Tandy on it and stuff. Okay, so here we're going to the Color Computer Archive.
Well, here's the Ed Snyder case.
Okay.
Now the one you get from Retro Rewind's a little bit different, but I mean it's just the case. The functionality is exactly the same.
Okay.
Same one.
Okay. Beauty, eh?
That it is.
Okay. So this is going through getting the SD, getting the zip image.
Where to download it?
Right.
It's all pre-set up for you. It's even got the.
Does this
SDC
video
Explorer all set up.
include? Does this video include some recommended ISPs people could use to get on this internet thing too, or is that a little?
Which dial-up service you want to get on with?
No.
Okay. I find the contrast.
I find actually doing it through WeFax is probably the best.
The contrast in this is quite soothing. I can see everything very clearly. So.
Just get on through CompuServe.
Okay, so here we see.
That's what I did back in the day. I hacked it.
Yeah, there's nothing up my sleeve here, but here we see we have a blank SD card. Now watch this through the power of telepathy. I'm going to transmute this information onto this said SD card. Ooh, look at that. Apps and Coloct and Dummo and Edu.
So that's everything you get on there, including the SDC startup and everything. So that's one of the nice things too about it. You don't have to go through.
Yeah, figure out how to do the config if you want.
1.2 gigabytes. It has 1.2 gigabytes worth of content that you're throwing on there. 1.21 gigabytes. Great Scott! Yes. So
and
what the hell's a gigabyte?
Yeah.
My internet was super slow when I filmed this because it says about 7 minutes. It actually took about 20 minutes to download or to.
Well, no, to drag and drop over to your SD card. Wow.
Yeah. Or well, that.
What did you do? Drop down to 2400 baud or what?
I don't know. My internet around here has been
just
awful the last
a quick shameful plug. If you have the Coco Pi project, which you can get at coco-pi.com, there is a way to download the ultimate SDC image to run through emulation, and all these folders will show up there too. So, yep, cool. Yeah, I've been meaning. I've never done this. I've always had my own hodgepodge version of folders of crap. I just been keep putting in my card, so it's just taken lots of turns and swerves throughout the years. But to have
some of these things have been updated, so I've got the same problem.
To have like an
organized
an organized folder structure of content is going to be refreshing. So
I also have one of those cards, but that's how I keep track of what we've played on the
Ooh, look at this! Look, I've never seen this. This is the new SDCX first time configuration screen.
Yeah, here's a sneak preview for Taylor and Amy.
Oh wow! I have never seen this. Restore disable splash screen. Sort disk directory. And you can even change it if you're using composite or not. For if you're on a CoCo 3, change your background. Wow, this is neat. I need to update my CoCo SDC. I'm jealous. I got the gels going right now. Ooh,
we got to see if they can be patched for monochrome output on the the composite.
Look at that. Look at that burgundy. That is a deep, rich shade of burgundy.
And there's a good selection of Nitrous 9 stuff on here.
Of course. Thank you. Thanks.
Oh, accounting
just had to
software?
plug that.
Does this come with accounting? Tell me this comes with accounting software.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
It does.
Wait for it. Oh
You
my
can
god!
count like it's 1988.
I have always wanted to run accounting software in my CoCo.
There's multiple spreadsheet programs on here. At least half a dozen that I know of.
My
I
goodness.
spend like 45 minutes on this.
Oh,
but
my
that all
goodness.
ended up on the cutting
Does
room
this
floor.
does this handle both debits and credits? Because that would be really impressive.
What is this credit thing you talk about? I never get it. Yeah, so he does a quick run through of how the SDC Explorer works, and then you demos a few spot things from a different directories of different types of programs, not just games.
And you can see here he's using a real keyboard because he's got the photographic evidence there of him pushing down on those keys.
Should mention too, these menus here that he's going through can be operated through the keyboard arrow keys or through the joystick. You can actually use the joystick to move up and down too. So
Now how much would you pay?
That just gets confusing though.
But wait, there's more. It also works off telepathy.
Don't answer yet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, under the Z category, what do we got? Oh, Q. Come on, big
I'm
money.
not showing off all the. That's way too many games to show off.
Okay.
I was waiting for you to run one of the demos or the music stuff too.
I didn't do that. Sorry.
All right, so if I'm getting this now, this is a video about the SDC, right? Am I following this so far? Okay, good. Make sure I haven't missed anything. Okay, good. Edu.
Ken.
Now here's a learning game that might interest Taylor and Amy.
Oh, Resist the Robot?
Oh, Robot. Did you play Robot Battle, Robot Odyssey? Can't remember.
It's Robot Odyssey.
Oh, okay.
I just loaded it up just to show that that's one of the things that I was mentioning in the video is that you probably aren't going to download games like this onto your SDC, but with this you have them so that if you have kids over or like nieces or nephews or anything, you can fire it up and let them learn some 1980s technology stuff.
Yeah, because Robot Odyssey, what was the other one that's kind of along the same line? Rocky's Boots, I think, are kind of like educational and get into some electronics and stuff in it too. So.
Oh, and we can boot up Nitrous 9.
Oh, this is the part that you were just waiting for.
I'm just salivating right now. Sorry.
And we have the
6309 version. Look at that, 6309 optimized. Yeah.
Wow.
Of course, that's not what Ken has.
So
So
we
we
don't have the
need a small one.
6309 yet. Still have the 6809.
And look at this.
Until I get onto Retro Rewind and order myself a 6309.
Remember to use offer
Which I think he
code.
mentioned in the chat. He's got him back
Little
in stock
plug
already.
for Retro Rewind there.
Use offer code CoCoTALK for
Yep.
10% off your order. Okay. And these are the magazines that are on there too? Or is this still his video? Okay.
Yeah, this is still my video.
Okay. So this is all part of that
we don't
ultimate
have to
image.
show him anymore, Curtis.
Yeah, you got to get people to actually go visit your page, I guess. You
Yeah.
got to get
Right.
your accounts up too, I guess.
Yeah, Ken needs his dopamine fix too. So okay.
I do another shout out to Rick Adams this week, though.
Thank you. You're too kind, and thank you. Okay. Cool.
It's a pretty good tutorial. So if you want a quick overview of the SDC, and then of course the big archive of everything all at once, which I think he's been updating about once every 3 to 4 months right now. I think is what he's kind of.
I'm gonna have to do one of these.
Ken.
Yeah.
Do you know the file name of the game for next week? It's Color Centipede, but how is it spelled? 'Cause I can't seem to find it on the games.
A color caterpillar. So it might just be caterpillar.
Yeah, there's a couple of those though, because there's the Aardvark Dave Edson Caterpillar.
Yeah, I'm just looking here, and it is called Caterpill.disk, DSK.
Caterpill.
Caterpill. Okay, got it.
Caterpil.
Thank you, because I could
If
not-
you have the large file there.
I thought it would be Color Cat, or something.
Nope.
But, okay, thank you.
that
welcome.
must be the Coco Cat one.
Okay. Alan Huffman, Subeven Software.
Yeah, so he tried an experiment. He's got an iPad, and he tried running the online JavaScript Mocha CoCo emulator before, and the keyboard stuff doesn't work on the iPad. Now, apparently, they've done some changes to iOS over the last couple of years since he last tried it, and now it does work. And he even had a Bluetooth keyboard linked up to his iPad, and that works too.
Wow.
So all the keyboard controls will now work on the online emulator. So you can now, retro compute on there. I'm assuming he hasn't tried it with X4 too much. He said something about the remapping keys isn't fully functioning with X4, so you have to know what the special keys are that don't appear on a regular keyboard. But basically that works on there as well now too. You can actually type and do stuff on there too. So if you're doing stuff via emulation, say you want to run CoCo 3 stuff because you don't have a CoCo 3, you can actually do it online with iPad OS or iOS? I can't remember if they renamed that one or not. This here is a plug for a show on later tonight. So the Trash Talkers are doing their live stream, and they were actually taking requests on Facebook that if you want to be on the show, and they were actually specifically asking for CoCo people to give them a shout out to see if they want to come on to the show. I've been on the show a few times in the past. Nick Randy's been on there a few times. Stevie, I think you've been on there as well, haven't you?
It's maybe one of their first ones. Feels like decades, but yeah.
Yeah, because they do this show roughly once a month. It's a monthly show, but it's basically, for the most part, it's covering the TRC Model 1, 2, 3, 4 type of things, and then they throw the CoCo in there as well. It doesn't tend to get into Tandy 1000s and stuff. That's considered a kind of a separate thing. Now, if you attend to the Assembly, which is another show we have in the fall, that does cover the entire range of computers that Radio Shack sold, from Tandys to Model 100s to CoCos to Model 1, 2, 3, 4s and everything in between, pocket computers and everything else. That's another trade show. And that's where is that one located? You've been to that one, Steve. I've never been
in Ohio somewhere. I don't remember where they changed it. I haven't been to one in a few years. It's in Ohio, right, Jason?
Springfield, Ohio.
Springfield,
like
right.
Like between Columbus and Dayton.
Yeah, I'll make it out there some year. Just, COVID years was not the only good year to go anywhere. Anyway, that's on tonight. It's on at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, I believe. So if you want to catch it, they actually do sometimes check the chat. So there's sometimes get questions answered even if you're not on the live show itself. But they were taking requests on the CoCo Facebook group to get onto the call to actually join the show itself.
There you go.
So it's on YouTube, or how do you have to get on?
Yeah, to watch it, you'd have to go to their Trash Talk YouTube channel. But if you want to join it, you can respond to their Facebook post, and they'll give you the link.
And then it's a Zoom call
to get on their Zoom call. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's on tonight.
Okay, there you go.
Next up, this was posted in Facebook. What's the guy's name? Fred Hicks. So his local newspaper had this little mini magazine article in color, which is kind of cool, talking about retro computing, and he's got was actually the cover picture here, and you can see him here with his CoCo 3 playing Demon Attack, and he's got some of his other retro machines in the background as well. So it's a little article just on retro collecting, retro playing, etc. here, and they go some other people that are actually doing some of the hardware stuff. And nice little interesting article. It's not very in depth.
Game Boys and whatnot. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Now scroll back up to the top, because one thing I noticed is he had like a Y cable and a 3.5-inch drive stacked on top of that thing. There's some hybrid.
Yeah, 'cause he's got an SDC on the bottom. He's got his physical drive all over top.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Some
all kinds of
mine are in my multi-pack the same way over here next to you.
Yeah.
So.
Cool stuff. Neat. Seeing the CoCo out in the wild.
Daniel O'Connor has been working on some LED chase pattern lights being controlled by the CoCo as part of her flux capacitor project. I'll just show one little brief clip here.
Has she gotten it up to 88 miles per hour yet? Because that's an important part of this.
You can see where the CoCo's changing it to 2 LEDs forwards and backwards directions. You can watch the LEDs in the bottom. They're actually following what the CoCo's telling you to do.
Ooh, blinky lights. I like blinky lights.
And I think...
Was there another... Oh,
here's the actual flux capacitor itself that she's working on.
That is cool.
Musical equipment in the background, because she actually does producing and stuff. So.
That looks cool.
So what exactly is it?
Flux capacitor.
Like, what does it do? Just flashes lights?
You travel through time.
Travel through time.
Oh, so it's more than
you accidentally date your own mother, or almost date your own mother. It's got to keep what's going on. So.
Okay.
Yeah. What it does, it's doing it right now.
Yeah, it's blinky lights, but it'll be CoCo controlled, and it'll probably respond to the music and stuff too. I would imagine, right? Not sure.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure exactly where she's taking this, but for those of you seen Back to the Future, Ron, have you seen Back to the Future?
Yes.
So this is kind of like the flux capacitor in the car.
Right, just creating a real world
version of it.
Yes. Cool. Beauty.
Next up, for the hardware people here, Geronimus Vanden uploaded this. It's a PDF. showing a guide of how to decode memory addresses using 74LS138s and 74LS139s, and I've already spoken more on this than I understand because I'm not a hardware guy. I'm sure Taylor or some of the other people on the panel could probably tell me what the heck this means.
I'm a big fan of that 74LS 138.
Welcome to the jungle, boys and girls.
That's one of my personal favorites.
So the 138 is 3 bits into 8 outputs.
And what's 139 then?
I would guess, I don't know.
3 bits into 8. Okay.
I do know the 138. Yeah, you can put 3 bits in, so 3 data lines in, and you will get 8 different separate output lines based on what you can count with those 3 bits.
So it's kind of giving you the actual decimal equivalent or whatever.
Yeah, you're changing the number into actual different outputs.
Okay.
Is this part of the flux capacitor?
Could well be.
Add a nuclear generator and you're good to go.
Anyway, I won't show the PDF here because it's not the greatest TV. But if you do need that reference, there, I did take a quick look at it. It's got like a diagram of the 2 chips and all the lines and what they, how they go in and out, etc. So, and how to decode it, I guess, for different memory address blocks.
Cool.
This is one that Stevie mentioned here. So this is Ron Klein's the Cocoa Pi project, and he's mentioning that the updated MC10 basic compiler, which now supports the SDCX32, as we mentioned before, the 32K RAM upgrade and virtual drive system and virtual cassette system with the MC10. Now, have you fiddled with this at all, Stevie? At this point,
I have not. I just noticed that the timing was just uncanny because I noticed he posted this, and I've been catching up on my back episodes, and I just finished listening to the MC10 episode yesterday. So the fact that you guys were talking about the compiler and all the stuff that it does, and the fact that it has now added the compiler to this, I haven't played with it yet. I need to update my CoCo Pi, and I am interested in playing with it because it's already sparked some ideas on some of my stuff. I wouldn't mind trying to do some semi-graphics type stuff and get it compiled and see how it plays. So
yeah, from what I've been understanding from what Jim's been saying, it usually runs about 4 to 5 times faster than your basic program. So it's a pretty good speed increase. Now there's a big note from Ron here. For those using a Raspberry Pi 3, the compile time for MC Basic is quite long. Please let it finish and do not cancel. So it sounds like it's more for the Pi
because it's doing I guess it's doing a cross compile then, right? So it's actually going from the thing to the emulator. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
So I'm actually excited about trying that.
AC's this was just posted this morning, Alan from AC's 8-Bit Zone. So he got a CoCo that was marked as being non-functional on eBay for $18. And it was functional. Like the computer itself was working fine. Now the keys were sticking, and there was some other, cosmetic things. It was quite dirty. So I won't play the video here. Just go check it out. But he basically goes through, cleans it as best as he can. He said some of the dirt is actually ingrained into the plastic. You can't even with a toothbrush and everything else get it off. But he did get it looking a lot better. And the sticky keyboard, he basically just cleaned the keys themselves. Maybe I can find that part of the video here.
Hey,
we'll see if YouTube's going to stick an ad in the middle like it usually does. That's for this part. So there he's taking apart the keyboard. Now this is the full travel CoCo 2 keyboard. I'm trying to remember, like Amy and Taylor, I think yours is the melted keyboard, or is it a full travel keyboard?
It's the melty one.
Okay. Still better than the old Chiclet CoCo 1 one. I'll tell you that. So basically, he goes through and cleans them all off, and then he's just putting it back together with a little.
So I would suggest if somebody's going to do this, take a picture of the keyboard before you start taking the keys off to know which order they go back in. Or that's going to be the world's worst freaking jigsaw puzzle, right? So.
Oh, and she's doing it exactly right. You put the keyboard upside down over the top of the case, and that way the parts don't all sprung out when you take the back off.
Yeah.
Pro tip.
Yeah, and the other pro tip I'll give, especially on the full travel keyboard if you're doing this, is that the keys are sculpted at a little bit of an angle. So the Z key and the N key look pretty well the same if you rotate it 90 degrees. But once you put them in, you put the whole thing back together, which is a ton of little screws and a bunch of little things, you suddenly find out this key feels really freaking weird because it's like at a weird angle going sideways or something. So that's another thing to check out for. It's a pretty cool video. And like you said, forgetting... This is one thing, like a lot of people are selling computers now, especially if they're RF based and they don't have composite outputs like a CoCo 1 or a CoCo 2. They don't know how to hook it up to a TV. They don't need, all you need is a little adapter to find if it works. And they just go, I can't plug this in. I'll just assume it's probably broken. They sell them for cheap.
Sell
So
it
sometimes
cheap.
you can pick them up quite cheap. Still, unfortunately, CoCo 3s, because they do have composite, most people do manage to plug them in. If it works, it's like $200-300.
I like cheap.
But at CoCo Fest, you can sometimes pick up deal. I'm trying to remember, what did Sloopy get that one CoCo 3 at this last?
I don't even know. Something like 10,
it was like $20 or something like that for
something
one
stupid, something illegal.
Yeah,
Well, just remember, I got that $5 CoCo 3 VCF that one year.
He bought it below
with the soap
legal
powder in it.
He bought below the legal limit, so.
Yeah. There are definitely good.
There are deals to be had.
There
are deals deals that will ruin friendships. When your friend gets something so cheap that you want to unfriend them in real life, that's how good the deals are. So,
I'm trying to say, Stevie.
Yes.
Who's that talking? I don't recognize the voice, Steve.
Okay, Greg.
Okay, this next one here. So Greg Hamilton's been just learning assembly language on the MC10 on the 6803. So he's put up a couple little quick videos.
The little crisscross patterns, right? I watched this today.
So this first one's a scrolling one. So he's got vertical scrolling, but both up and down with some sound effects he generated in machine language. So when you crash, it'll actually zip the screen back up.
Yeah, that's definitely a different sound than you used to hear. It's not this. It's not the sound command. It's not the normal.
No.
It's a very clickety sound.
So let him crash here so you can see the up scroll.
Sounds like it needs a little carburetor cleaner.
Yeah, a little tune-up.
So it's just basically a demo of that. It's kind of like, the standard, ASCII driving games we all did, but it actually zips the screen back up when you crash and zips it back down again.
And when we did it in BASIC using the print command, it scrolled up. This is scrolling down, kind of like what Ken did with Nightmare Highway 2. He said, I didn't want to do the cliche scroll up because that's what happens automatically. I wanted to go the other way. So this is meaning he's having to force the shifting of everything down.
Yeah, and this is a hybrid program. I mean, most of the demo he's doing here isn't BASIC except for the scroll routine. So it's a very short, and that's how I learned assembly language. I did a horizontal scroll for my Olympic decathlon game. That was the first ML I ever did. It just scrolled this little chunk of ground across because it was way too slow in BASIC. So it's a good way to learn if you want to learn machine language and have results you can see instead of doing book studies where you're calculating registers and you have to do a register dump to even see if the darn thing worked. This actually is kind of fun, and you can use it in a basic program to really accelerate a game or add an effect to a game you wouldn't normally be able to do without having to write the whole thing in machine language. So, and this is the one you were talking about, Steve,
the little crisscross pattern. Yeah, this was cool.
Patterns.
Oh yeah, look at this. Oh yeah, I'm getting a seizure off this one. This is good stuff.
You said you're drinking a Caesar? What? I thought we agreed you don't start drinking until after the show.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
No, that's Captain Morgan's.
The speed is really good on that one too. Yeah, that was neat. I was really impressed when I saw that.
Yeah, I mean, I remember because when I first got to use the PET and I first got to use the Apple at school, everything we ever wrote was in BASIC. I didn't even know machine language existed. You'd see some commercial game or something. But when somebody showed me at a CoCo Club meeting in late 1981 after we started the club that here's a program in BASIC doing something, here's the same program in machine language, it was just like the heavens gates open type thing. It was just like, oh my god, that's hundreds of times faster. How did you do that?
Cool.
I still remember that to this day.
That's neat.
Oh yes.
Wow, David, contain yourself, David. Okay.
Yeah.
Load and go with your dragon.
This is a different thing. So Cuthbert Dragon, we've covered him on the channel before. I haven't been covering him lately because he keeps redoing his videos. He takes the same games that he's done videos for before, deletes his entire channel, and then starts over and redoes them all again. So he covers a lot of Dragon games, and he does like a little bit of the original box artwork if he has it, and then he does like a 1-minute clip playing the game. But this time he did something different. He took his Dragon book collection and made a quick video of the Dragon books he has. So if Karen's still in the chat, I was wondering if he recognizes all of these or not, or if there's anything he's not.
So I'm going to assume this is this like a type in when it says load and go? So there's like type in stuff? Yeah.
These are either tutorial books or program listing books type thing. So I will play the entire video. It's only a minute 21 seconds, but just show the books that he personally has in his collection.
Load and go with your dragon. It's got very upbeat music too. It's inspiring me to do something with my life. Creating adventure games with your Dragon 32. Nice. The anatomy of the dragon. Ooh, that sounds very medical. It sounds very medical.
Now the basics between the Coco and Dragon are very close.
Dragon Magic, your first programming book. Ooh. You notice there's lots of pictures of dragons in these dragon books too? Is that a coincidence?
I think it had anything to do with promotion. I don't know.
Advanced sound and graphics on your dragon computer, including
Includes
machine code
language
subroutines. Woohoo. That looks cool. Book of Games. We had ones of these for the Coco, but I've not seen this many dragon ones before.
No, there's some of these I've never seen before.
No. Know Your Dragon, a friendly guide to a friendly computer.
I like this one because he's scratching the dragon's head.
Yeah,
with
kind of like how we had the little
cute.
Coco cartoon dude. They got a little cute little dragon dude in there. He's a friendly dragon. He doesn't bite. Making the most of your Dragon 32. Roar. Cool. Cool artwork. Exploring adventures on the dragon.
Like the Coco adventure games were quite popular.
Neat. That I can honestly say
A lot of cool stuff
I
in
don't
there,
think I've seen probably any of those books, but they look cool.
Now this is a new one. Like we've kind of covered the one last week, and Taylor and Amy also talked about it too, about that multi SD card adapter thing.
Right.
This is kind of the same thing for cassette images, and this is being reviewed by Knowles in the Retro Lab. So I'll play a little bit of the intro so you can kind of get an idea of what the hardware is and how it works. It's actually a touchscreen based one.
Wow.
And then I'll fast forward to the Dragon Coco part of it so you can kind of see how it works in that particular instance.
So
But
kind
it
of
covers a ton of different machines.
what's the like a GoTech, right? It's kind of like a GoTech for cassette images.
Yeah, kind of. And the one we
Okay.
covered last week is like that, except it lets you have the
Right.
hardware adapters. You
Okay.
just plug and play. You don't have to get separate versions or whatever.
Okay, Buck Owen says I've got
Today,
one of
let's
those and it
answer
works
this
great.
question.
Oh, look at that screen, dude.
Is this the ultimate retro tape loading device?
Wow. More of a
Hello, and
Castuino
welcome
is
back
what
to
Buck's
Nels
saying.
Retro Lab. Today we're going to have a look at this. It's a cassette image playback device that works for almost every retro computer platform out there. It's called the SVI CAS, but that's a misnomer. Maybe it made sense when it was only supporting Spectra video models, but really today it should almost be called a universal CAS. The idea of a device to play back cassette image files isn't new. I've covered the TZX Duino at length, and I've also talked about the disadvantages of using a smartphone or a computer to play back those files. So just to set expectations right, if the cheap functional TZX Duino is a Toyota Corolla, the SVI CAS is the Tesla Model X.
Wow.
But let's not jump ahead of ourselves, and let's start from the beginning.
You recognize the dude on his
This is a
shirt?
compact
That's from those
little
Dragon
device
games,
with
the
truly minimal
isometric
design on the
ones,
outside.
like
just a smooth
Night
white
Lore
case,
and things
a
like
large
that.
screen in front, and some connectors in the back. And it definitely has some heft to it. It also has a slot for an SD card at the bottom. And do you notice anything missing? Buttons.
There's no buttons.
The screen is fully touch sensitive. Now, I'll be the first one to admit that I'm not a fan of touch screens. So that is one fear that I had going into it. In order to use it, you'll need cables to connect to the different computers. Normally, each computer has a cassette input and a cable that goes with it, except the Spectra Video and Commodore computers and maybe a few other ones. Those computers were intended to be used with custom taped decks only. Fortunately, you can order those cables for those platforms along with SVI CAS. And wow, they're kinda hard to tell apart. You need to count how many connectors each of them has to figure out which platform it is.
Or you could put a label on it too.
I know you're eager to see it working, and so am I.
Labeling.
But I just wanted to
Yeah.
mention that it comes with a fantastic manual. A full 90 pages of really good information.
This
Not
last
because
TV there,
the device
90
itself
pages
is
of manual to
complex,
read.
but
Wow.
because it will answer any questions
You
you may
won't get
have
past page
about some
one.
detail while you're using it. It also shows a table with every computer supported, and oh, that's a big table. It describes how to hook up the device correctly to each machine, and even what commands you need to type in each computer to load the programs from tape.
Well, that's one thing. The documentation of this
Yeah,
is really
really good.
good. A lot of these things come and assume that if you're going to hook it up to whatever retro computer you're hooking up to, you already know how to use it. You know
Right.
how to load programs and execute them from cassette. But a lot of people get into this kind of stuff don't. I mean, they're getting into a machine for the first time ever. They have absolutely no idea how to load anything. I have that problem on the Dragon on their disk operating system because their commands are a little bit different. In fact, their disk operating
Yeah.
system ROM is very different than the CoCo's. But
Cool.
this actually covers everything. So anyway, I'm going to fast
Yeah,
forward.
fast forward to loading on a Dragon.
Yeah, I forget 1238.
There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Wait for it. Oh, ZX.
Share video. Okay, all done with Z80 based computers. Now let's move over to the 65XX family. Let's start with a Dragon.
And
but
68XX
as you know by now, that should be pretty much the same thing as a CoCo or a CoCo 2. This particular one that I have in my collection is a Dragon 64, but the same thing applies to the Dragon 32. One funny thing I learned doing this is that the cassette connector for the Dragon computers has the exact same pinout as the Amstrad ones. So I guess I could have used this cable with the remote connector when I tried that on the CPC. Whoops. Let's try loading Chucky Egg on this one. On the Dragon, you just need to type cload, which is similar to many other systems, probably because it's Microsoft Basic.
Chucky
and
Egg.
Yeah,
Boom.
he loaded in.
Now, does this kind of like a speed load too, where you're not doing it at normal baud speed, or did he just fast forward the video?
I think he just fast forwarded in this case.
Okay.
Fast forwarded.
I mean, you can make those, and they might work with this.
Right, because it kind of has to load at the speed that the hardware is designed to read it at. So it's going to take normal time.
It's like 1500 baud.
If it's a 5-minute load, it's a 5-minute load. Okay, gotcha.
Remember the magic of editing we were talking about earlier, Stevie?
I did. But I still haven't figured out how Ken was able to point in the air and have things just pop up above there. But
mind control.
Yes,
that's how he does it.
No, that's neat.
So that looks like a pretty interesting one. Like I haven't seen a touchscreen. The manual is by
Does
far
he
the best I've
mention
seen
what
in any
the
of these
price of
types
that is? Can you scroll down to see if it has the price in there or not? Or
probably have to go hit the link itself here.
SVI cast. That'd be interesting to see what it sells for.
Oh, it's just the manual link. No.
Okay, but that's neat. That's kind of like the universal multi-cart concept now for a universal cassette cart thing. Yeah, that's neat.
Now I'm going to check to see on Retro Rewind because Frank said this.
Because if it becomes a smarter purchase when you can say, yeah, I'm gonna spend this money for this thing that I don't need exactly, but now I can use it on multiple systems, and you can kind of justify the guilt of wasting money a little bit easier at that point. There you get the CoCo 2 recapping kits, and 85 Australian is what Buck Owens says. That's like $4 American, right?
Well, I'm seeing Canadian prices here, so this is quite a bit more than Taylor and Amy just paid for theirs.
Okay, for the CoCo, that's the CoCo SDC. That's probably with the
Oh, your
case.
diagnostics maybe. No, see it. Why am I not seeing it? Because he's got a diagnostic cartridge now that he's selling.
For the CoCo?
Yeah.
Or is it cross multi-system?
Just put on the site last night actually, but I don't. For some reason, it's not showing up here. It's showing the recaps for the various CoCos, but I don't see the diagnostic.
One.
CoCo.
One. Yeah, I tried
one.
that, and it's just
right.
Oh, there, now it showed up.
CoCo Diagnostic Cart is based on Tandy's very own diagnostic software. Simply plug in. Okay.
Been up here a bit.
Oh, CoCo Diag. Basic ROM test, expanded ROM test, quick RAM test, long RAM test, video test, RS-232 test, sound test, cassette test, keyboard test, joystick test, printer test.
Now, one thing I have to find out from Frank, and since he's actually in there, maybe you can let me know. The original Tandy diagnostic cart was basically designed for the C and D board CoCo 1s, which meant it only checked 16K RAM. It didn't go past that. I mean, it's great for checking joysticks and the RS-232 and a bunch of the other things because that's common between them all. But it didn't fully test RAM on the later machines because it wasn't designed for it. I don't know if he's patched the ROM that's in here to actually do a full 64K memory check, for example. I have no idea if it supports, some of the CoCo 3 extra stuff. Like the Gimme has a bunch of extra like interrupt controller stuff and additional graphics and text and stuff like that too. So I'm not sure if it does any of that either. So I'll have to let him.
I doubt it.
Respond to that. But
what does he do for the cases? I wonder. Are they 3D printed or is?
I believe so. Frank's in the chat right now, so he can let us know.
Says
he said yes, it does fully test RAM. Yes, fully patched. Okay, cool.
Okay. That's exciting to see stuff on the market now. Yeah,
so was that Nick?
The case looks very well made. It doesn't look like a typical 3D printed case.
Yeah, it does look pretty good. I actually haven't seen one of these up close yet here, so
can you hover? Can you zoom in? Does it like do the whole Amazon thing where you can get in closer when you click on it? A little bit more. Okay,
it's 3D printed.
Yeah, no, it looks good though. It doesn't look like a nail file like a lot of these 3D printed things do. So.
You
You can see the top, like, left corner. Okay, yeah, it's 3D printed, but it's nicely done.
Yes.
Yeah. So that just became available last night. So, especially if you're picking up a lot of computers, or if you're somebody that does repairs and stuff on computers like Frank does, but say you're doing it locally for your local area, this is a nice little thing to check out all the various hardware to make sure the PIAs are working correctly. It'll check all the different functions of the PIAs and the VDG, etc. So
cool.
So, and Frank, how are you doing on SDCs and 639s there? Have you got both of those in stock now?
Oh, you're on his website. Just go back one and take a look there. No nuts.
I don't think he just says in stock, but I want to make sure he has enough for the
okay.
People are going to be a plethora of people are going to be hitting him here now.
Both of them.
Amy and Taylor may have bought the last CoCo SDC he has in stock. I don't know.
It doesn't have real-time inventory counts. Come on, it's the 21st century.
And also, if you're going to be ordering some of these things like this new CoCoTALK cartridge here, don't forget to use the product code.
That's right. He says, yes, sir, lots in stock.
There you go.
There you go. Lots.
And that is the end of the news.
Woohoo! Good job, Curtis. I managed to stay awake. That's good. Good stuff. Good times. What else we got, boys and girls? Do we have project updates and acquisitions? Does anybody have anything they did this week?
I think Nick was going to mention a little bit here. I don't have anything. I'm going to say anything on my project with Jay yet.
Yeah, I don't have anything to show, but I can talk a bit about the state of my game. But has anyone else got anything first?
Well, I did buy a 1 to replace the 0 from last week. Is that
for
an
the
acquisition?
balloons?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the balloon numbers. Yeah.
Oh, Retro Rewind says he's sold 3 today from this very show. See, we make things happen here on CoCoTALK. We're boosting subscriber counts. We're making sales. We're saving people money. We're just boom, boom,
Now,
boom.
if we could only improve the show,
yeah,
that
listen,
would be awesome.
listen. Come
Now
on.
you're just asking for too much.
Yeah.
You get rid of me and you'll fix that.
Oh, ooh, David's here. Ooh. It's creepy,
I would like
David.
I'd like to share this picture.
Okay.
And ask if I have a problem.
Okay. If it's a picture of David Ladd, the answer is yes.
Okay, so if I'm sharing, this is my living room.
We're not seeing it yet.
Don't see it yet.
Oh, man. Okay, well, let's pick
definitely
a
not seeing
desktop.
anything.
Any kind of desktop. Share something.
Okay,
There we
Patrick
go.
Eulin is sharing something. Okay, now I see your browser. Okay. Yes, I
So,
see.
yeah. I'm sitting behind the webcam here on the left, and this is the room in front of me. Do I have a problem?
No, not at all.
Yeah, you need more space.
That's not a problem. That's a dream living room.
I need more monitors, I think.
I see a Tier City Model 3, I think, in the background.
Is that a freaking reel-to-reel tape thing down there, like the magnetic tape?
Oh,
loader?
yeah, I've got a DG Eclipse and the tape drive from a...
So that's a 9-track tape, the old magnetic tape for the old minis and stuff, right?
Yes,
Data General. So let me guess, when women walk in here, babies just fall out of them, right? They are just so...
I think there's a repulsion field around the building that keeps them away.
Rick, I think I have that desk that laptop is sitting on right there.
Oh, yeah, right? Everyone does. It's one of them.
We're gonna explain some anatomy to you guys later.
Hey, that's great content for the channel.
So anyway,
I'll get somebody up and perky.
That's where the front half of the first 100 watts of my electricity goes.
Wow. I was going to say, you need like a super cooling system going on in there too, huh?
Right. New breaker box in the utility room, and life is good.
All right, so Nick Morentis, author of many famous games.
I've been finished. I have now almost officially finished my game 0 Hour. There is one thing I just thought of right at the very end that I'm yet to do, but the game itself is all done, and I'm undergoing the strenuous task of game testing, playing the whole thing from start to end. It actually takes about 50 minutes to play from start to end. So, oh wow, what's that? The thing I decided to do is to add some music at the very end. I've got the when you win the game, the win screen.
Okay.
I hadn't planned it very well. I changed my plans halfway through development of the game. Originally, it was going to have scoring, and I was going to have a fancy, name entry into the high score when you win. But halfway through the game, I thought, well, this game doesn't really need scoring. So I took it out. There's no scoring. It's basically one big mission. You've got to get to the end of the 13 levels. But because I did that, I therefore did not plan for what people who do actually win the game, what they're going to see. So it was a bit of a bland, you've gone through all this work, and then suddenly it says, oh, great, you made it. That's it.
Game over.
Game over. That's it. Thanks for your money. So I thought, I better put some music or something to just dress it up. I've run out of buffer space for my source code, so I can't do too much. So I'm trying to put together a quick little music routine just to play a bit of music in there. And that's the last thing. Then I'm going to probably palm it off to any game testers to just check it for bugs and any ideas on maybe what might need improving. But the game is pretty well finished. So hopefully in the next, there's still a bit of work to do as far as getting packaging together and all that. But yeah, it's on the final run.
It looks good. Beauty.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. So,
right, I'm looking forward to getting to the end of it. You get a bit burnt out after such
Time for a new game.
That's right. Yeah, I mean it's been.
I mean, I still feel bad for feeding your Ferrari habit, but other than that.
It's taken a long time because the game itself is like 13 other little mini games. It's the one main game, but then every level has its own little mini game, and that just takes a lot of extra coding to do.
Right.
So after this time, I've just sort of gotten sick of it. I just want to get to the end of it.
Yeah,
I really like.
I have to say, this is one thing about your game I really liked on this one in particular, because you've done platforming games like this, like Ripper Rhythm before, but it's basically the same game. You just relay out the level, and
yeah,
your strategy might be different. But here you've got elements that are unique to each screen that don't exist in the other ones that you are different playing wise.
Yeah.
Like you have anti-gravity things, you have transporter tubes, and all kinds of stuff. So.
Yeah. Kudos for that.
It's not a game which really you play for scores. You have
it's like solving a puzzle. You have to try to figure out how to get through everything.
Yeah,
in a time limit.
Puzzle, adventure-ish. That's why in the last blog I put, I said, I don't really know what to call this. Is it an arcade game? Is it a platform game? It's sort of a little bit of everything. Ultimately, there's no scoring in it either. So you don't play it to get a score. You play it to get through it.
Yeah. And the other nice thing is, too, is that other than the 13th final level that you have to complete, the player gets to pick which doors they go through. So you don't have to play the same way. You don't have to get through screen 1 to get to screen 2 to get to screen 3.
It's a bit of that adventure thing. Or it's not so much like an adventure, but you go into one level and you find you've run out of these items to be able to complete this screen. But if I go into another room, I can pick up the items I need and then come back and finish this level. It remembers the state of every room or your progress rather of every level.
Yeah, so you don't have to start each one over again.
No.
That's cool.
Anyway, that's what I've been wasting my time on.
Beauty.
Sweet.
I got something to share.
All right, Rondelvo, please.
Is it weed facts?
No.
I'm so disappointed, Ron.
That would take 10 minutes.
Let me see if I got this right. You see Ron's garage?
Not yet.
Now we see Ron.
I think I see Uranus behind you there. Or is that Mars?
How about there?
Okay, there we go.
There's
Ron's garage.
Okay, I added Windows 11 to my machine.
We're sorry.
Now watch. We've got a video of Mopars and Radio Shack.
Okay.
There's a Mopar right there.
And there's a Radio Shack phone.
Yep.
There's
And wait till you see what's coming.
Radio Shack phone. And is there a Model 100 coming up here?
And
yeah, there he is. There's young Sheldon.
Take a look at that boy.
Look at that.
Younger Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Young
Exactly.
Bill Gates, for sure. Yeah, what do you think of that? And then
there's your observatory.
You better show the observatory for Taylor here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. These are the pictures I took through my scopes, and I put them on the color computer.
That's
through
cool.
high color.
Not
It's
bad.
M42. That's the Andromeda Galaxy. M42 again. Oh, and that's Mars. I had opposition last year.
Wow.
Yeah, it came out good.
That is awesome.
Yeah, from my backyard, everything looks like the Andromeda Galaxy.
Yeah, light pollution's getting bad.
That's so cool.
What do I do here?
Are you trying to stop sharing, or?
There you go. No. Was President's Day.
Right.
And took a picture of, because we have war, I took a picture of a jet. Then there's one more I found. Right.
That Deskmate?
Yes.
And they had
No.
the VIP suite.
No, VIP.
Yeah, library.
VIP library. Here it is.
Cool.
Or is this the same one we just watched?
That's the
Oh,
Mopar.
There you go.
Huh.
This is that's a K car. And I think this must be a little bit further on in time.
Yeah, eyes on the road, buddy. Don't drive distracted. Look at that. This is a Motorola commercial.
Who would possibly get distracted with having a brick at the side of their head?
Yeah.
That's a Chrysler.
I mean, the fact that this was such a huge thing that these people were walking around with a phone in their hand, it's like things we take for granted. Yeah. Look at that 80s
Self-defense
hairdo.
mechanism.
Yeah. Hey, I'm over here on the job site here with Petey and Tony. How you doing? Hey,
Yeah.
forget about it. Hey.
You know what's funny is that size phone now is a satellite phone.
Yeah, right.
That was just a cell phone. back then.
Look at
cell
my,
phones are smaller.
I got
That's
a
my watch.
Look at all this high-tech electronics here.
High tech.
High-tech.
In your
dude.
car, measured those sidewalks.
I think the caption there said there's only a few thousand cellular telephones in use right now, but it's expected to expand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, is it cool or what?
They don't have
Now you have that many in a single household with kids.
Yeah, right.
All right. That's it, guys.
All right, Ron. Thank you for sharing.
Yep.
So I wish Bruce was still in the chat, and I kind of mentioned this last week when we did our After Dark, but Bruce wants to do another private screening party on the CoCo Forever project, right? And just if you're not familiar with what this is or what this was, but he put together a whole audio drama. It was episodic. It was telling a story. The premise was, what if you could go back in time, go back to Tandy Corporation, change the course of history, where Tandy becomes the computer that rules the world. That's the story, so kind of a Back to the Future thing going on there. And it's mostly audio drama, but it's also got like augmented reality stuff where there is some PDF stuff to look at. There's some pictures to look at. There's a few video clips to look at. There's some things you run on the computer itself, like the things.
Here I can show a couple screens from.
Yeah. So this was something that he did a few years ago. Like all the stuff Bruce does, very out of the box, very creative, very well produced. And then a couple years ago, we did a private screening where the cast and crew were together, and people who wanted to experience the whole thing could do it. And we did that. It was not streamed. It was a kind of a private viewing party. He wants to do another one of those where we're going to do a private viewing party and get the cast and crew together. So first thing we got to do is, since some of the talent that was in the production is right here on the call. So I know Jason was in it, I was in it, Curtis was in it, David Ladd was in it. We need to get Rick Adams. So we need to kind of get together the talent and pick a date and do it. So I'm just kind of like teasing that again, letting you know that needs to drop. So that we're going to make that happen. And I'm not exactly sure how you're going to be able to get your ticket to this event yet, but that's to be determined. But I'm just throwing it out there. It's something we're trying to get together. And I think it'll be fun because it actually is so that's some of the stuff where on the computer you ran a program that had content that tied into...
It augmented the story.
It augmented the audio story. So there was a lot of mixed media stuff going on here. So it was a really cool production that Bruce did. And we want to plan something within the next month or so where we're going to do another private screening. So just throwing that out there, and make yourselves available for those of you who were in the talent of that production. I know Bruce has got to get some of his family involved too, because he had like relatives that worked on it and stuff too. So anyways, that's going to happen, coming soon. Terry Steggy has joined us. Bless your heart, Terry. You just came in for the best part of the show, where we press the hang up button. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, I'm hanging up. No, you hang up. How you doing there, Terry?
First.
Hey guys, sorry I'm super late.
Bless your heart, Terry. How you doing?
Bless your heart.
Oh, Stevie, did you see Mark Siegel's comment about Coco Forever and the whole time travel thing? He says, we tried that at Tandy. It did not work.
Yes, but President Rick Adams was in it, and it was a good story. It was a really good story.
Stop right there.
Stop right there.
Oh, do I have to listen to that again?
Yes. So, anyways, we're trying to make that thing happen. 8 Bits in the Basement says, I got Coco Forever last Christmas. I'd recommend it to anyone. Best few hours I've passed in a long time. There you go.
I think he means passed out, but yeah.
Well, I have to use quotation fingers when you say talent.
Yes, exactly. Yes. The word is used very loosely. All right. Terry, anything you want to mention? We're about ready to put a fork in this one. Any project updates, acquisitions? You're muted.
Never sounded better, have I?
Yeah, that was good.
Sounded great before you unmuted.
Any future videos coming on your site too? That's another question.
I'm just about finishing up the TDP one, so hopefully I'll get that out this week. So.
All right, cool. All right, well, I'm gonna skip playing the outro. We'll just say goodbye, everybody. But Taylor and Amy, very special thank you guys to being here.
Sorry, we made you spend a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, these coconuts.
So OG Hugo has already claimed being your #1 fan, but I would like to be in the top 10 of your fans. So
done.
I'm a fan. Glad to have met you, ladies, and thank you for spending the day with us. And looking forward to watching you grow and shine, and all the
more rockets,
all the things you will
and
produce.
Buy bigger rockets.
Yes. And Mark Overholzer, thank you for being here. Curtis Boyle and Jason and Brian the Music Man. I thought Tony Pedraza looked like he was here for a second. He tried to come in. Ron Delvaux, Rick Ewan, Nate Morentis, Terry Steggy, David Lett, Ken Waters, Mark Bosley. There were other people here. I don't remember. We had more people, didn't we? I don't know.
People also, Taylor and I just want to mention too, if you guys have another Coco video coming up at some point, feel free to come on and promote it.
If you want to tease it, you can use use our platform to tease before it drops, as we say in the biz.
Could happen.
Right? So
that could happen.
So
thank you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And mention offer code CoCoTALK and get 10% off the next viewing of one of Taylor and Amy's videos too.
You guys got bottomless coconuts, don't you? Drinking that thing the whole day.
I refilled it like 5 times.
Yeah. You're gonna have to
two-fisting the coconuts.
You're gonna have to send us the links to order some of those. That's gonna be required. I'm gonna require everyone on the panel now to be here and hold a coconut.
We need to have those at CoCo Fest, Stevie. Is what we got to do.
We'll just hand them out. I mean, you have to. How is this not already happening?
CoCo Fest needs to have coconut cups. Nick Marotta is in the live chat saying, "Hey, I lurked. Great show. Thank you, Nick, for lurking." All right.
Very cool. Do you have a line on those umbrellas?
We have a line on the
umbrella.
I
feel like 200. Just
no,
give
but
me
she has 200 of them.
Yeah. Nobody needs to buy them ever again.
That's right. And I just threw the link out there again. It's youtube.com/c/the Taylor and Amy Show channel is the link. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like the videos. Make sure you click that notification bell and share with your friends and rinse, lather, and repeat. All right. Say goodbye, everybody.
See y'all next week.
Bye, everyone.
Press the button, Frank.
We are pressing the button.